autonomous process work?
That's a big question. Hello. So this event is purely done on GPS localization. So in the past we've used LiDARs and cameras and radars. Now we solely are working with GPS, which works really well here because it's a really open track, perfect coverage of the sky, and we have kind of perfect GPS localization here.
So you think it would be tricky enough for us having a all-electric autonomous race car, but in 2020 obviously the world is suffering under COVID, and as a result it's made these rounds even more complex. For the first round of season beta, all the teams are remote, so they're all in their universities or their offices.
We have the Roborace core operationals team that are on site, and the other teams are in their remote locations around the world. Then you'll cross the start-finish line and you'll move on to this lap, and this will be lap 1 of your run. The team providing their software for us, along with instructions on how to operate the vehicle, and we've been able to take that and make cars drive around on track. Season beta is a development on season alpha. So in season alpha we had individual teams working against each other, mostly in time trial scenarios. Now we're doing something similar to that, but with the inclusion of metaverse, which is a mixed reality. So we have physical cars on track and virtual objects as well in the same world.
So season beta is a time challenge event. Each team have to send the car out and they've got to complete 6 laps in the quickest time possible. The new element metaverse is a kind of extra layer where the car can pick up time or lose time depending on whether it's hit or missed items that appear on track.
The DevWatt 2.0 is kind of the development car that we use at Roborace for teams to put their software on in a kind of easy to do fashion. So we have the safety driver on board who can help take control of the vehicle in the event of a software glitch. So it allows us to develop really well.
I'll be sat in the car when we're testing our systems to make sure the autonomous technology and the autonomous driver is working correctly.
See my screen now, my Atlas data. These coloured lines here are wheel speed. And you can see that your request went from 100 to 0 straight away. You put the brakes on as hard as you could and instantly locked all 4 wheels up. So that needs to be looked at.
Anglesey is a beautiful track, and when the weather closes in here, it really closes in. Incredibly heavy rain, incredibly strong winds. The cars can run in the rain. I mean, they're waterproof. But the sort of rain that we've been dealing with over the last couple of days, it's just there's so much standing water on track. The AI's already got enough to get through as it is. So those 2 big elements have delayed us.
It is going to be it's going to be exciting. Can't wait to see how it shakes out.
Hello there, it's a huge honour and a great pleasure to welcome you to the Roborace channel. My name is Matt Roberts and I'm joined remotely at least by my co-host Rachel Stringer. Fair to say I think that Roborace has been struggling with some technical issues. What's your take on that?
We have a lot of variables for this one. It will definitely add to the unpredictability. The one thing we found out in autonomous racing is that practice makes perfect. And we haven't given them much practice here, so I have no idea what's going to happen in the race. New teams, a lot of new technology, metaverse elements, all these things are happening at once.
The car heads off then onto its first lap of 6 here on the Anglesey National Circuit. And already there's a problem. Look, it's off at the first corner. And this is major trouble for Team ARG. The car has failed to make the very first turn in autonomous mode, and that is not the way that we wanted to start the first round.
Right, so competition's off. Right. This afternoon is just a test session now.
Now then, some news just coming in, and I'm afraid it's not great news, unfortunately. I've just been told by Race Control that following Team ARG's run, they're now cancelling the rest of today's racing.
Yeah, massive disappointment there for us, the teams and the viewers, everybody who wanted this to be such a great round one. But I suppose it's kind of to be expected when dealing with such like a prototype event, isn't it?
It's always a shame to have to get this far and then make a tough decision like that. But as I said, safety is always paramount for us. So
motorsport is inherently unpredictable, right? And one of the big draws of motorsport is you tune in, you don't know what's going to happen with the racing, you don't know what's going to happen with the teams.
And it's called season beta for a reason, and especially with the lack of testing that everybody's had, I think they half expected this kind of scenario.
The big challenge to all of us now is to learn from this. Figure out the solution. Go back, test, and be better prepared next time.
We were almost there. We saw a car running in full autonomous mode, starting its 6 laps at max attack. I can see the green shoots of what is going to be a really exciting racing series. We just need to keep working at it.
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to the Roborace Twitch channel. My name is Matt Roberts, and I'm delighted to introduce my co-host for today, Rachel Stringer. How's it going today, Rach?
Yeah, really well, Matt. Thank you so much. It's great to be here, isn't it? And kind of be a part of this little piece of history and get to see some of these epic cars battle it out on this Thruxton racetrack. I can't wait for the next couple of days.
Well, good, because you don't have too long to wait, actually, Rachel. If you just look at the little counter there underneath me, that's the countdown clock for how long we've got left before the first of our teams, Arrival Racing, actually take to the track for their first championship attempt at Thruxton. So, not long to go now.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time before their race window begins, so we can get you guys up to speed with the history so far.
Yeah, exactly. So, technically, you're joining us now for the second attempt at round 1 of the season beta championship.
Yeah, because if you remember, 5 weeks ago, Roborace had its first event at the Anglesey National Circuit in Wales, but let's just say it didn't quite go to plan, did it, Matt?
No, it didn't. We were expecting setbacks, of course. That's to be expected at this stage of development. But pretty much at Anglesey, everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. First of all, the track was caught in 2 days of really stormy weather, so that didn't help. And then once the weather cleared and the first team started to run their car, the car received a message from race control to emergency stop, which it did at some speed, actually, sliding into turn 1. It's quite dramatic.
Yeah, the weather apparently is a little bit better this time out at Thruxton, so that's on our side. But yeah, it was Team ARG, and they didn't even make it past the first corner, but it wasn't their fault. No, it turned out that there was some phantom messages being sent to the car from race control. And in this case, basically it was just saying stop. So obviously the car had to stop.
Yeah, exactly. And it was quite a complex issue really in the end. As much as they tried on site, the engineers couldn't quite fix it in time to salvage that event, so it was cancelled. But that leads us on neatly to here, and another fantastic venue, the Thruxton race circuit for event 1.1, as we're calling it.
Yeah, and I love that we're calling that. It basically means we're such a geeky series, and I love that we're calling this round 1.1.
Yeah, geeky is right. That's what Roborace is all about, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Geeky's cool these days. Roborace in itself is geeky. There's no shame in that, of course, at all. It's all electric, autonomous racing. It offers participating teams the chance to test their driver AI in a race car, and through competition between companies and universities who together are all pushing forward the development of autonomous driving.
Yeah, because this, of course, is the only driving series with no human drivers, because every racer in this new championship is, of course, an artificial intelligence self-driving system which has been downloaded into our state-of-the-art race cars and basically told to go as fast as they possibly can.
Yep, that's the idea, and we've not got long to wait now until we see the first team attempt it. It's going to be Arrival Racing, so let's quickly run you through the 6 competing teams. First up, a London-based technology company specialising in zero-emissions mobility. It's Arrival Racing. From the Schaffhausen Research Institute in northern Switzerland, sponsored by Acronis, it's SIT Autonomous. From the Graz University of Technology in Austria, it's Autonomous Racing Graz. And from the Italian university and a beautiful city, it's Team Pisa. From the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States, we have MIT Driverless. And our second US team, this time from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's Carnegie Mellon University.
Well, those are our 6 competing teams, and our first team to take the track here at Thruxton will be Arrival Racing.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning. They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and becoming one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability and have been working throughout the off-season in preparation for the 2020 season beta. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
Okay, not long now then until Team Arrival finally take to the track. So let's get one of the team up on the line. I'm delighted to say that we are joined by Alexei Skabelkin. Alexei, thank you so much for joining us. You're just a few moments away now from your run, as I said, so I know the pressure is on. How have your preparations been going this week?
Hello. So the preparation is going fine. We faced with a couple of integration issues, but all of them been solved right now, and hopefully everything will be okay. And of course, we're gonna win.
I like it. I like the competitive spirit is already coming through. That's what it's all about, Alexei. That's what Roborace is. What did you think of round 1? I mean, I know from the outside it might have looked like a failure. Some people might look at it like that, but I guess the line for everybody involved in it was actually, it was a necessary evil. It was something that, a process you had to go through. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, of course, it's called like season beta, and beta means that everything is not like production ready, let's say. We drive on the researching stage of the vehicle, and our ADS software is also like edge and research state, and that's why we sometimes we're facing with like integration issues, with sensor malfunctions, with weather conditions, and also with this like pandemic situation. It's really hard to deploy and integrate the software remotely. So that's why it's not so easy to launch the vehicle on the higher speeds in fully autonomous driving mode with this situation.
You mentioned the pandemic situation there, Alexei. Actually, despite the difficult circumstances that everybody around the world is facing, is this requiring you guys to come up with new solutions to new problems? And actually, can there be positives to be drawn from the difficult situation that you find yourselves in with this?
Yes, of course. We are fully looking into the remote deployment and remote testing, and this will help us a lot to do the whole loop of developing and testing very quickly without flying to the United Kingdom, booking a track, testing there with limited time, and going backwards to the for local investigations. For now, we can do it much quicker than previous year.
Well, that's interesting. Of course, it is a shame that you're not here in the UK, though, and that we're not all together at Thruxton, because it's such a great racetrack. What do you make of it? What are the challenges that you expect for the car today?
Yeah, the track is like not really usual for us. So it's not proper racing track as far as I know. But the most challenges we are looking for is not regarding the track, but regarding the virtual obstacle avoidance and collection stuff. So this will be some kind of new for us.
Okay, so do you think there will be some differences in the team's approach then? Will some people be more worried about the metaverse things and others more worried about the physical characteristics of the circuit? Is there some strategy involved here in terms of who's going to set the fastest times today?
Yes, so I guess that some team can like ignore all objects and go fast without any avoidances. And maybe this strategy could give this team a win. We want to like avoid some of the obstacles, but not all of them, not to waste the time too much, because our time gains are already known, and this is 2 seconds and 4 seconds for the his obstacle.
Okay, well, that's going to be absolutely fascinating to watch. We're really excited about this. Alexei, your run is about to start, so we better let you get back to work. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck today.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Bye.
Rival Racing right there, ready to go out onto the pits and get onto that track. Rachel, really exciting times.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this. Like you just said, Matt, a bit of history being made here. It's just great to see that car, isn't it, as well? On the screen there, the DevBot 2.0. Flashing, I'm guessing, is going to mean a good sign. It is ready to raring to go. We saw it, didn't we, a little bit earlier, going around the circuit, just making sure everything's okay. It's going to make history. Let's hope these 3 laps, they're going to get it done. There's going to be no disqualifications. It's not going to exceed track limits or anything terrible like that. It's going to be epic. I can't wait. You can't wait. I know someone else is probably very excited too, don't you think, Matt?
Yeah, well, the DevBot's fully charged. Let's find out if our commentator is fully charged. Andy McEwen, how are things with you? I know you've been ready for this for quite a long time.
Yeah, I've been sat here like a coiled spring for about 5 weeks, just waiting to see the cars hit the track at proper speed. We almost got there at Anglesey, but now we're at Thruxton, and it is one of the fastest circuits in the UK, so a great place to really test what these cars and AI drivers can do. I think we're in for a really, really interesting day.
Yeah, you mentioned there, obviously, Anglesey was 5 weeks ago now. We're going to waiting, haven't we, for the next event, which is now. Obviously, it didn't go to plan. There's always positives to take out of everything. What would you say were the positives, what we saw back in Anglesey?
Yeah, I mean, I think although we didn't get to see a huge amount of competition, we still learned a lot. I know I certainly did. I'm a bit of a self-confessed technophobe. I don't really know a huge amount about how this, how cars work and how the AI programming works. So just through my research, I learned an awful lot. And the more I learned, the more excited I got. So on a personal level, an awful lot of positives to take away from Anglesey. And I'm sure that the Roborace team learnt a lot too, and they've been able to apply what they learnt at Anglesey into round 1.1, as we're calling it, this week at Thruxton. And they've kind of been saying, haven't they, that they almost had to go through that quite painful learning process to get to where we are now. And hopefully what they've learnt will pay off.
Yeah, you say you're a technophobe, Andy, but there's not a lot you don't know about race circuits in the UK. Tell us a bit about Thruxton. What is it that you particularly like about this track?
The speed. Quite simply, it's one of the fastest circuits in the country, but it's not a nice, smooth, modern Formula One style circuit. It's bumpy. It's got off-cambered sections. It's got lots of sort of, you can see as the car's heading out around the circuit now, lots of kind of quite patchy bits of tarmac. Some bits of tarmac are a lot newer and therefore a lot grippier than others. And these are all things that a professional racing driver will take an awful lot of time to learn. You know, you can look at a map of the circuit and you can work out roughly what the fastest line should be, but until you actually head out there and you see just how tricky this place is, it can be quite difficult to really know how to extract the most from the car. And then we're throwing an extra element at these AI drivers, which is the metaverse. You know, is it going to be worth going offline, perhaps onto a bumpier or more slippery part of the circuit to try and either avoid a penalty or gain some bonus time back? So many things that the drivers will have to learn. But I'll tell you what, when they opened this place back in the 1940s as an RAF base, I'm sure they never envisioned the day that we would have driverless cars pounding around the circuit at speed. This is a genuinely really exciting moment.
Yeah, and there is the dev bot then completing what we'll still call it a sighting lap, even though there's no actual driver with eyes in there. But here it comes, and as Andy said, you just get a little idea there. Slight elevation change, not much around Thruxton. Like Andy said, it is an air base, or was an air base. It's still an airfield now, and this the old perimeter road that is now this fast and flowing Thruxton race circuit. Okay then, Andy, the car's lining up. Take it away, mate.
Here we go then, a historic moment, hopefully, about to be witnessed by us all here at Thruxton. This is Arrival Racing, the first team to set their 3 laps. Each team has to complete 3 laps in succession, and it is the total time over those 3 laps that counts. We'll be keeping a rough idea of what the individual lap times are, but until they get to the end of that 3rd lap and all of the metaverse bonuses and penalties are calculated, we won't necessarily know what the final time is. This is probably one of the pre-event favourites, though. Arrival Racing were the team responsible for the first ever successful autonomous run up the Goodwood Hill. You might have remembered that from a couple of years ago. They were one of the first teams to actually start developing the autonomous driving vehicle alongside Roborace. So in theory, they know everything there is to know about Roborace and how to extract the most from car and AI driver. And they've got a little bit of pressure on their shoulders now, because not only is everyone looking to them to set the pace, but they're going to set this benchmark time that everyone else has to try and beat. So this is going to be nervy times, I'm sure, for the London-based team who are watching on from HQ. Final preparations then being made, waiting for the signal to be given that all is good and the car can set off onto what is a fairly dry circuit now, actually. Earlier on this morning, when we first got our first glimpse of the circuit, it was quite damp. It had quite a lot of overnight rain. It is October in England. After all, rain is not that uncommon. But it looks like it's drying out now. Fair breeze blowing across the Thruxton circuit, which will be helping with the drying process. And hopefully that means we'll get pretty stable conditions for all of the teams. What we don't really want is wet track for some teams and a dry track for others. That would obviously have an effect on their eventual times. So the driver that took the car out on the sighting laps just to try and get some heat into the tyres, check everything's A-OK, is getting out of the car, and for once that is a good sign. Usually a racing driver getting out of a car is not what we're looking for, but the driver getting out means that in theory the AI systems are set, and there we go, the door is closed. He walks away, and the next thing we should see is the car moving. It's just one of these really quite strange sensations that we sort of experience with Roborace. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you expect, and we don't really know what to expect over the next few minutes. Once the driver is clear of the track, hopefully the car will be able to launch off the line. Thruxton Circuit then about to witness its first competitive driverless lap. The teams have been here for a week or so, I believe, running tests and making sure that everything is working. So we have had autonomous laps around the circuit, but this is the first timed one, and therefore a bit of an unofficial lap record about to be set then for the first ever autonomous lap time around one of the oldest and most popular circuits in the UK. It really is a fan favourite, this one. Produces really good racing when we've got multiple cars or indeed bikes out onto the circuit. But right now, this is all about speed and seeing who has come up with the fastest AI algorithms to try and get their driver around the track as quickly as possible. A lot of the teams sharing cars, though. There are just 2 of these DevBot 2.0s here this weekend, so some of the teams will be having to share their car with others. It is therefore essential that the cars are identical, and indeed they are. They are based on this Ginetta LMP chassis with a few aerodynamic tweaks made to give it this distinctive look, and a really fabulous look it is as well. The car is a real looker, but underneath they are all absolutely the same. The only difference is the driver, in inverted commas, and that is what's been developed by the teams. So the clock continues to tick down. There is no immediate rush here. 30 minutes is ample time to get 3 laps of the Thruxton circuit in. The reason they're given 30 minutes is just in case there are delays or problems, in particular in build-up to the run starting, but it doesn't look as though any issues have been detected, otherwise they would have brought the car back into the pit lane. So as long as they get their 3 laps in within that 30-minute window, then they are absolutely fine. Driver walking back towards the car now with a Roborace engineer. That is less of a good sign. Has there been an issue behind the scenes getting this car going? They won't send it out there unless they're absolutely confident that there are not going to be any problems. Obviously, with no driver in the car, if something does go wrong, there's no risk of injury, but there is also no way of saving it. So if the car does have a problem, then they potentially could see it careering into a wall at high speed, and that wouldn't be good. So they won't send it on its way until they're absolutely sure that it's in full working order. They've done exactly what I do when I check over my car. They've kind of walked up to it, they've pushed it, they've kicked the tyres of it, and now they're walking away. So Matt and Rach, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, but hopefully the fact that we're only out on track looking at the car for a few moments means that there's not any serious problems.
Rest assured, Andy, that the technical examination will be a little bit more in depth than that. Let's hope so. And we won't be sending you out to check the DevBot over anytime soon if it does have problems. This is the kind of thing we expect to see. Rach, obviously they've got 25 minutes though, to complete their laps, and this is why they get this 30-minute window, because if they do get any gremlins early on, they do have the time to sort it out. Arrival Racing were really confident though that that they could get the car out there for the start of the 30-minute session and get cracking as well. There was no kind of questions that they would need more time in the garage or anything like that.
Well, they also didn't look too panicked, did they? Just walking back out onto the grid there, which was also a good sign. You'd think if they were a little bit worried that they were going to lose the time or it was ticking down too quickly, there'd be maybe a bit more of a fast walk going on, but it obviously was quite a slow pace. So at the moment, I'm not too worried. 24 minutes still on the clock. Obviously, the team there, you can see they're looking at the circuit. And as Andy and Matt have said, you can see, I guess, how fast it is. The fact that none of the corners are particularly great as we would see at other circuits. Here we go. The guys are walking back out again. I'm saying this is a good sign. We're all being really positive here at round 1.1. They're having a little walk over again. Gonna see what's going on. We're hoping it hasn't said it's got to stop or anything too drastic at this point. Opening it up. We'll find out, hopefully, what the hold-up is in a few moments. But for now, it's just great, actually, just to sit and look at that car in all its glory. on the track. I like just sitting and having a little watch at it. It's very impressive. Oh no, it's getting pushed. Does this mean it's going back into the garages? Boys, what do you think?
Yeah, it's not entirely clear, is it? I mean, it almost looked as if they were checking that the doors were shut properly, and as something as daft as that could potentially be the issue. If the car is sensing that anything, however minor, is not quite right, then it won't go. So if it thinks the door is not shut properly, or the tyre pressures aren't quite right, then it might just say, no, I'm not going for a lap. So while they're walking away again, hopefully they'll be able to get to the bottom of this problem soon.
It was interesting talking to Alexei, wasn't it, earlier from Arrival Racing, and his primary concerns were not so much about whether or not the car is going to run. You know, he seemed completely confident. It was more about the strategy with the metaverse and things like that. So we're just getting some information coming through now that it's something to do with the connection with the car. So they're going to reset the connection with the car. So it's hopefully it's one of those, Andy, where you're probably familiar knowing your technical expertise. It's similar to mine. You turn it off and turn it back on again, and hopefully it fixes the bug.
It does make me feel slightly better about my lack of technical knowledge. Sometimes it is as simple as that, isn't it? You just hit the big reset button and kind of hope for the best. That's certainly my answer whenever something isn't quite working right on my computer. But yeah, I'm sure it's a little bit more technical than that. But if it is just a simple connection problem, I mean, we are in the middle of nowhere in the Hampshire countryside, so sometimes the signals are not that great. It's a slightly less remote location than the Anglesey circuit, which is quite literally perched on top of a rock in the middle of the Irish Sea. So they had at least a fighting chance of getting the signals to work at Thruxton. But clearly, all is not quite right. But we've got a good team on the job, haven't we, Matt? I mean, the Roborace engineers and, of course, the Arrival Racing team back at base, they really know what they're doing. And if it is just a minor problem like that, I'm sure they'll get there before too much longer. We still as well have just over 20 minutes of their time left.
Yeah, still plenty of time for Arrival Racing here to get this done, but how they react under this kind of pressure will be something new as well. Obviously, they've had days on track already to prepare for this, and also back in the at their respective HQs. But you know, performing under pressure in this kind of circumstance as well can bring its own stresses and its own challenges as well. So I'm sure that they'll be finding out a lot about how they react in this circumstance as well now, which is going to be something they will have to get used to over the coming months. Here we go, Andy. We have go.
Yeah, the car is off. So there we go. They've hit the reset button and everything is working. So the car heads off onto its first of 3 laps through the first corner, Allard corner, and takes quite a wide line through there, but stays within the white lines. That's the main thing. As soon as they put even one wheel outside of the white lines that denote the edge of the circuit, then that will be classed as a void run. Now, this is the first of the challenges. The red walls, they're the penalty walls. The sort of blue and yellow orbs will knock time off your lap. And well, they've got one of each, and the car is trying, look, to gain some time back. That was, I think, 2 penalties and 3 bonus times that they captured there. There are more obstacles to be negotiated coming out of Seagrave Corner, the final part of the 3-corner complex at the start of the lap. Does it go for them? Yes, it does. So, and it looks as though it missed the last of those penalty walls, didn't it? So, interesting tactics here. We weren't entirely sure whether the teams were going to try and go for these bonuses within the metaverse, or whether they would decide that going offline to hit them or indeed avoid the penalties would lose them too much time. I think through the tighter parts of the circuit, it's worth doing. But out here now, through Goodwood, maybe they'll want to stick to the racing line. Yes, no, they are trying to avoid it. They weave nicely through there. They didn't pick up any bonuses, but they avoided the penalties, so that's good news. Out now through the back part of the track, weaving around again. Look, they've picked up another one of the bonus times there, I think. But you can see how much slower they're having to go to get them. So remember, each of these bonuses, it knocks 4 seconds off your lap time. But if you are losing 5 seconds to deviate from the natural racing line to hit it, then it might not necessarily be worth it. out through Church Corner then, one of the fastest corners in British motorsport, but obviously the car had slowed down before it in order to avoid some of the penalties, and so the top speed maybe not quite as high as we might otherwise have seen. Climbing up Woodham Hill now then towards the chicane. So this first lap is going to be in excess of 2 minutes, which is certainly not usual lap record pace, but it has at least stayed on the track. It has picked up another bonus there, avoids the penalty as it turns into the final chicane, and one lap about to be completed. Quite tentative through the final club chicane there, but out across the start-finish line then. The first lap will be in the books. That is the first ever timed autonomous lap around the Thruxton circuit, and it comes to about 2 minutes and 15 seconds roughly. But before we tally up all of the bonuses, we won't have a full idea of what the final time is going to be. And also remember, it's not just the individual lap time that counts, it's all 3 laps, it's the total time. And look, there are even more obstacles to be avoided now, so the Arrival Racing Team car and driver really has some decisions to make now as it heads into the complex. Got a glimpse of it there, just weaving around. We haven't seen any of the walls, one of them maybe just got clipped there, and eventually it will come back into our sight there, out through the complex. So I think that was a clean run, actually. I don't think it did collect any of the penalties. And then we ride on board with the car as the speed starts to pick up again through Seagrave, this final right-hander. Little dip there right on the apex, which can unsettle the car, but nicely held as it now heads up towards the dauntingly quick Noble. This is one of the few really quick left-handers in British motorsport. We have obviously a lot of clockwise circuits. This is one of them. For whatever reason, a lot of the really, really quick corners in British motorsport tend to be right-handers, but Noble is one of the exceptions. Now through Goodwood, this never-ending, long, sweeping right-hander, and this time you can see it can carry the proper speed through there because there are no obstacles, but now there are. And what will it choose to do here? So far, the Arrival tactic has been to avoid them, and it does so again, has to go very close to the edge of the road though. Nicely done. That was pretty much inch perfect through there. You can see how the speed has had to be reduced now. It gets itself out of that particular evasive manoeuvre. It starts to pick the pace up once again. Well, that was one of the big fascinations of how this round was, or these 2 rounds here at Thruxton this week were going to play out. Were they going to go for ultimate speed and ultimate lap time, or were they going to try and pick up as many bonuses as they could? So far, Arrival definitely going for the latter of those 2 options. Arrival, though, one of the most experienced teams, really the most experienced team, honestly, in Roborace. And so they, in theory, have AI that is the best, the most capable of dealing with all of the metaverse obstacles that get thrown at it. I think it clipped a penalty wall there, though, as it came up to the chicane. That will have had an effect on the time. For every penalty wall you hit, you get 2 seconds added to your lap time, but every one of those, the bonus objects, the collectibles that you hit, you knock 4 seconds off. So as long as you hit more bonuses than penalties, you should be fine. Right, lap number 2. Now, this lap does not look as quick as the first one. Comes across the start-finish line now, and yeah, we're looking at well over 2.5 minutes for the second lap. Now, they did have more obstacles to miss, though, so that will no doubt have slowed them down. Let's see what this final lap holds in store. Heads over the hill again now. This is where, now, there's slightly fewer obstacles, and there are at least 3 of the collectibles for them to hit. 4, I think, actually, but they choose to miss the first couple. They've got one there, though. But then immediately hit a penalty wall as well. So they've gone for a slightly quicker run through here this time. They're not bothering so much with the metaverse obstacles, simply trying to set a quick lap time. Is that going to pay off, though? Certainly so far, this looks like a much racier lap, doesn't it? The speed is a bit higher as it heads out of the complex. And back up towards Noble once again. Fastest part of the circuit incoming. We ride back on board in the DevBot 2.0. What you can't see from this angle is the quite disconcerting sight of a steering wheel weaving backwards and forwards with no one controlling it. Now, it's weaving around there. Yes, trying to get those collectibles. You can now see from this vantage point. You can see some of the collectibles are hidden behind obstacles. So if you want to get the 4 seconds taken off your time, you have to first sacrifice 2 seconds by hitting the penalty, hitting the obstacle wall. Of course, it's still a net gain as long as you don't slow down too much to do it. This is the quickest approach we've seen into Church Corner so far. doesn't trouble the apex there particularly, but instead just making sure they stay away from those white lines. That's another aspect of the programming that has to be done to the AI. The quickest line is the one that takes you the closest to the white line on the inside of the corner. But if you go over that white line, then the run gets voided. So it's not necessarily a risk that is worth taking. This is the last opportunity then that they're going to have to pick up a few more bonuses. They've hit a penalty obstacle there, though. That's 2 seconds added onto their time, and then they avoid the rest of them. So that maybe was a bit of a time loss there for Arrival Racing. They're well offline as well, turning into the chicane. Car will get a bit of dirt on its tyres, something else that means that the AI driver will have to react to. Across the line they come then, the first time about to be set in the season beta of Roborace, and it is Arrival Racing that set it. Now, that final lap was definitely their fastest lap that they'd set, but what is the total time going to be? Well, that we will have to wait and see, but we have finally got there, Matt and Rachel. We finally got a car completing its first 3 laps, and I was really fascinated to see how it would deal with the metaverse, and it seemed to deal with it pretty well. Arrival Racing definitely wanting to get as many of those bonuses as they could.
Yeah, it was really interesting, wasn't it? Having spoken to Alexei as well beforehand, to get an idea of what the strategy was there, and it seemed they tried a couple of different things, Rich. You know, on one lap, going for the objects, and then on the final lap, certainly, as you said, Andy, it looked a lot, in your words, a lot more racier, didn't it? That final lap, going for that extra speed. But of course, we've got round 2 as well tomorrow, so it'd be important for them to gather as much data as they can on what is the quickest way around in terms of do they get the objects or not. But it was very special, that, wasn't it, to see the first timed laps of this season beta.
I mean, that was so cool to see. I loved watching it. We've been waiting, haven't we, so long to actually get it kind of sorted and get it up and ready. 5 weeks into our Anglesey, like we mentioned earlier. So it was so cool to see Team Arrival on track and completing the 3 laps, and with the metaverse working, which I just thought was so cool. Like you said, I can't wait actually to talk to Alexei about what the tactics were, because I don't know, the second lap, I felt like they just took it a bit kind of more slow, like you just said. The third lap, they kind of were just like, let's go for it, make up some time, and let's see what happens. So, yeah, a benchmark for sure. And I guess if I'm the other team sitting at home, you're also looking and seeing what worked for Arrival, aren't you? And saying, well, what can we do better now? So I'm not sure if it's good to go first or not. But for them, they made history. So in that respect, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, getting to set the benchmark means you're kind of the guinea pig as well. Everybody gets to have a look at you and have a look at your strategy. But I don't know how much they'll actually be able to change in terms of the strategy that they've already kind of come up with during the week. Let's have a look at the leaderboard now. Obviously, it's very embryonic. There's only one team on it. But there you go. Total penalties, 12 seconds. Total rewards, 1:56. So the rewards far outweighing the penalties there. We've got a clear time of 9 minutes, 11.11 seconds. And we're still waiting there, I think, on the total time. And I'm not going to risk it with my maths, I'm afraid. But yeah, interesting stuff from Arrival Racing.
Well, there we have it. Arrival posting the first time of season beta. And we have Alexei from their team back on the line now to have a little chat with us about how that went. Alexei, first up, I'm going to say congratulations. A proud moment for you and the team for being the first team to get a time down in season beta. How are you and the team feeling right now?
Oh, thank you very much. So we are so excited to see it on live and running. And we are looking at it remotely, but anyway, it's so cool, honestly, to see that your software is doing something on the on some track and hitting obstacles and avoiding and doing some great job.
Yeah, tell us about that then, the metaverse. You spoke to Matt before your run and said, you know, you weren't really sure of your tactics. You might go for a few obstacles and a few penalties. What was your plan then? Okay, so
our plan was to hit some unavoidable obstacles and collect as many loot as we can. And seems, according to the results, seems that we successfully did that.
Yeah, and it looked like, correct me if I'm wrong, that your final lap was fastest as well. Was that the case of the team just getting used to the car and the fact that the metaverse was working correctly? Tell us about that.
So the very last lap. So we had 3 competition laps, and the very last was cool down lap to cool down the vehicle, the motors, the inverters, the hardware inside the vehicle, and this wasn't in the competition, and obviously this was without any obstacles. So
yeah, for sure. And now, go on.
Yeah, so it seems that everything is good from our side, and we did a great job here.
Yeah, now you have 3 laps under your team's belts. Can you go any quicker next time out?
It really depends on the weather conditions. We'll try. We need to look at the logs, and possibly we'll increase our speed limits and acceleration limits.
Do you think you've done enough, though, to stay at the top of the leaderboard, or do you think the other teams will have a little bit more in to topple you off? What are your thoughts right now?
So our round for today has been finished, and we'll see how our other teams doing the same job on the same track. And based on this knowledge, we'll think about our strategy for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, your time, of course, was 7:27:11. Great job, Alexei, for you and your rival team. We loved watching it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Arrival Racing. They have set the early benchmark in Roborace Season Beta, but lots more still to come in round 1 at Thruxton after this.
I am ice. I move slowly. I keep the world cool. But humans keep warming this planet. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Roborace Season Beta is a time challenge event. Each team downloads their AI racing driver into a DevBot 2.0 and from a standing start must complete 3 laps in the fastest time possible. The car will initially hold within a staging area 2 meters behind the start line. There will be a 10-second countdown to lights out and go. Once it launches over the start line for the very first time, the lap timer will start. Because the challenge is to complete all 3 laps in the quickest total time, there is no benefit to setting one ultra-fast lap. The teams must program their AI to run at maximum attack every single lap to stand a chance of winning the competition. You'd think that would be enough of a challenge for 2020, but for Season Beta, the teams will face an even greater test. Virtual objects will be placed on track, some that need collecting, some that need avoiding. Where these objects are placed and what type are totally unknown to the participating teams and their racing DevBots and are set by race control. The following bonuses and penalties will apply. The teams get -4 seconds to the current lap time for any bonus objects struck by the car. 2 seconds are added to the lap time for any penalty objects that are hit. And don't forget, a DevBots run will be voided if it moves outside the course limits at any time. The team that sets the fastest total time for the 3 laps will win the round. From the Research Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based Research Center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace, so even though this is their first time in Roborace, they could easily surprise everyone with their speed.
So a very warm welcome to Ilya Shimchik, the team principal of Acronis SIT Autonomous. Ilya, thank you so much for joining us, especially such a short time before you start your first run. How are you guys doing, and how have your preparations been going into this round one?
Hi, Matt. Thank you. So we are preparing for this event for the past several months, and it's the first official event for our team. So we're expecting to show good results during this event, but let's see what will happen.
What were you able to learn, if anything, from seeing Arrival Racing doing their first run in terms of strategy, or is it too late to change anything?
So it's actually a remote event, so we are not here on the track right now. We are doing this event remotely, so we can't see anything. We can see how Arrival is doing right now. We can see which type of obstacles they have. So we don't know anything about their attempt.
Okay, well, I won't spoil the surprise for you then. Definitely won't give anything away. But let's just say that obviously you know that there is a risk in terms of gathering the obstacles or avoiding the obstacles of the metaverse. How do you mitigate this risk, and obviously counteract the deficit of scrubbing off speed at a circuit where the momentum is so important of the car?
So we are estimating the risk of the main risk for us is to not avoid the obstacle and go out from the track, and we are decreasing the limits of speed, decreasing the limits of acceleration and deceleration during the track. So that's the main strategy for mitigation of the risk. And other strategy is to develop a good software, a good solution for it. So we are following those two options.
Okay, well, we're really looking forward to seeing your strategy on track, Ilya. And just finally, can you tell us how you're feeling? Is it nervous right now? Is it excitement? What's the feeling amongst your team?
Actually, it's very nervous because, we would like to have a bit more, maybe testing time, a bit more time for preparation. But, each team in the same condition, in the same circumstances as we. So, yes, we are nervous and we expect to see what we can do during the official race.
Well, that's what racing's all about. If you weren't nervous, it wouldn't be racing, would it? Thank you so much for joining us, Ilya. Yeah, good luck. We're looking forward to this.
Yeah, thanks.
So more exciting scenes now from Thruxton then, as Acronis SIT Autonomous prepare to complete their first meaningful lap of Roborace Season Beta. This, of course, is round 1.1, as we're calling it. And driver in position for the sighting lap, the first sighting lap that is, as we saw with the first run from Arrival Racing. He will go out, complete one lap, leave the car on the start line, and then the AI will take over. And that AI will be inputted remotely from Acronis SIT Autonomous headquarters, which is fascinating, actually. And Rachel, do you know what? When we were talking to Ilya there, the team principal for Acronis SIT Autonomous, I fully expected that they would be able to see the runs of the teams before them, but they don't have the luxury that we've got here of being able to watch. So whatever strategy they've decided on, they're going to have to stick to it now.
I know, I didn't expect that either, but at least it means it's maybe a little bit more fair, hey, that they don't know what the other team did. So, they have got their own race strategy and they will stick to it. And it was interesting as well that Ilya was saying that maybe I felt they're using this bit as a development run almost. That's what I know he kind of said. It's good to develop the software maybe on this first run that they're going to have. But they're surely going to get competitive as well, obviously. They mentioned he was nervous as well, didn't he, Matt? Of course he's going to be nervous. This is the first time. Arrival, they obviously went out first, but they've still got their first run to do, haven't they, at SIT? And I can't begin to imagine how they're feeling after months of kind of developing this AI, this software, and it's all coming down to this one moment at Thruxton, of all places in Hampshire, and that track that we know really well, but these guys don't particularly know it as well as they might like either. They haven't had much testing, as we mentioned.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of the teams, a lot of the staff within the teams, the concept of racing is new to them. Of course, these guys are obviously highly skilled software engineers, but to actually directly put your technology and put your knowledge directly up against somebody else in a racing situation is completely new to them. And you could kind of sense the nerves from Ilya there. You could sense the excitement as well. And as I said to him, this is what racing is all about. And the proof is in the pudding. There's no hiding here from the lap times at the end of the day. Although I think he was keen to play it down a little bit. Didn't want to raise expectations too high, which is understandable.
No, and obviously some of these teams competed in season alpha as well. But he mentioned in the Ilya that this is the team's first ever official event, I'm going to call it. Obviously we're in season beta now. This is event 1.1, but that driver must feel pretty nervous as well. Can't make any mistakes in that state-of-the-art race car like we keep mentioning. He's the one that's got to make sure it's all good and ready before the AI takes over. It looks pretty amazing. I would love to be down at Thruxton. Can't. We're obviously broadcasting again remotely, aren't we, Matt, from our own homes. I'm in London and you're up north somewhere. Where are you these days?
Typical Londoner that. I'm in London and you're up north somewhere. Yeah, typical. I'm in Huddersfield, Rachel. You've heard of that?
I know where you are, really.
I know you have.
It would be great to be back down there watching these cars. I mean, one day we've got our fingers crossed that it's all back to normal and we can see these cars in the flesh, in the beauty.
Yeah, well, I did have the luxury of that, to be fair, Rach. The other day I went down to Thruxton and spent the day there, when the teams were just doing some testing, and I got to sit in the cockpit actually there, had a chat to the engineers on site and a chat to the driver as well. So we've got a little program actually out about that, which is well worth having a look. I did a couple of hot laps of Thruxton as well with Josh Cook, who's a British touring car driver. He drives a conventional car, a Honda Civic Type R in the British Touring Car Championship. Won the race actually at Thruxton earlier in the year. So he was the perfect guy to give us a little look around. And what was also interesting was hearing Josh talking to the engineers and the kind of questions that he was asking, because obviously, I'm not a racing driver. There's things that I wouldn't naturally ask the engineers, but from his point of view, there were certain things that he wanted to know about the AI and how it could adapt. And of course, as you would expect, as a racing driver, he was a little bit skeptical when he first arrived about the whole concept. But I think once he left there and he realized that, these AI drivers aren't coming to take away the jobs of human race drivers. This is something that's completely new and completely different and can run alongside traditional motorsport. I think he went away with that feeling and he really enjoyed the experience of seeing the cars out there on the track and learning a little bit more about them as well. So that's well worth checking out.
Well, I'm glad we managed to convert Josh then, because that's what we're obviously hoping to do as well, convert everybody into loving this new sport and way of maybe the future, like we have been. I know we're all fans, aren't we, Matt and Andy as well, who's been commentating for us. But this is it. It's coming out. The DevBot 2.0 is driving out the garages. We're excited to see Acronis SIT Autonomous do their 3 laps.
Yeah, Andy, let's bring you in now, mate, because I know you're eagerly waiting to see what goes on here with the Acronis SIT Autonomous car, which actually is their vehicle, Andy.
Yeah, it is. They get to have their car all liveried up. It looks very good, doesn't it, as well, with the nice red livery on it. And interested to see what their tactics are. How do they differ maybe from Arrival Racing, who we know, because we did have the luxury of watching Arrivals run. We know that they were very much trying to use the metaverse to their advantage, weren't they? They were going for the bonuses. They were trying to avoid the penalties. Is that going to be the same strategy across the board? There are 6 teams. They could all have 6 different approaches, and as we kind of touched on during Arrival's run just now, those approaches might change from lap to lap, not just run to run. So some teams might say, right, the first lap we're just going to go out the blocks hard, set a quick lap time, forget about the metaverse stuff, and then maybe laps 2 and 3 will try and score some bonuses. I mean, what was it, 29 bonuses that Arrival managed to hit? That's quite a lot but did they cost themselves too much time weaving around trying to get them? We saw how much they were slowing down to try and get to the right bit of the track to score the bonuses. So Arrival may well, it turn out, have a very different strategy to everyone else. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, and I guess we won't know the benefits of that fully until we're able to overlay the data and overlay the different laps and the different strategies of all the teams. Although it was interesting actually talking to Alexei from Arrival Racing, who kind of intimated, I felt, that it was in their interest at the minute to be picking up the bonuses and to take these different strategies, because yes, they can go out and set a fast lap, that's fine, but that's not going to help them when they go to the next track. That's not going to give them the information for the rounds that are still to come this season. It's not all about who can go fastest at this circuit this weekend necessarily. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, this championship.
Yeah, exactly. There are multiple rounds. I mean, 2 here just this week, so they can maybe spend today learning stuff that they'll then apply to tomorrow's second round of the championship. So yeah, a learning process throughout the whole thing. We can see SIT, Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, lined up now on the start line with the wheel driver, the person who has driven the car around there, having hopefully got some heat into the tyres, and the track's still looking good, isn't it, actually? I did have a quick look after Arrival had done their run at the weather forecast, which is not always to be believed, as we know, but there is some more rain forecast this afternoon, so the teams that are going earlier might turn out to have a bit of an advantage in that case. But yeah, hopefully SIT won't have this same connection problem that Arrival Racing had. We saw their run was slightly delayed. The clock, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, has started to tick down now. 26 minutes left for them to get their run in. And just to correct something I said in the first run, they are entitled to put 1 wheel over the edge of the track, but if they put 2 wheels over the edge of the white line, then it becomes a void run and they have to start again, and they only get 1 redo, basically. So if they mess it up once, they can retry it once, but that is it. And of course, they've got to still do it within their 30-minute window. So driver getting out, guys. I don't think we're too far away from getting the second run of the day underway. So the driver then walks away from the car. We are 5 minutes into SIT Team Acronis Racing Autonomous's run. Ilya Shimchik, who we were speaking with earlier on, will be watching on with bated breath now, hoping that everything works. SIT are based in Schaffhausen, a town in Switzerland, around about 40 kilometres or so away from Zurich. And SIT have access to a very large, one of the largest industry and technology bases in Europe, and they're hoping that they can use that to achieve success this year. A lot of the team members began their involvement with Roborace as long ago as 2017, actually, as a university research project in autonomous driving, and a lot of these teams are looking to try and take the things that they learn from Roborace and the technology they develop here and apply it into real-world situations. That's really one of the big benefits that Roborace is hoping to have, not just providing us with an entertaining sports watch, but also providing us with real-world benefits. Oh, no, and the start has not gone to plan for Team Acronis SIT, because the car has veered straight into the pit wall, and I'm afraid their run is probably over as soon as it started. Clearly some sort of a major issue with the AI, and the car has hit that concrete wall, which many a car has come into contact with over the years. Now, that was a fairly hefty shunt. The front end of the car, which is where a lot of the sensors are, has been pretty badly damaged. And the SIT Acronis car is going no further. That is not the start we wanted to see, guys.
Oh, I'm kind of speechless after that, and I can't believe that. That's incredible. Well, we'll have to wait and find out exactly what went wrong there. But well, we thought we'd seen the shortest ever run lightly in Roborace history at Anglesey when we got to turn 1. That one was even shorter somehow. The yes, clearly something has malfunctioned in quite a big way there, and there's going to be a little bit of cleaning up to do as well, I'm afraid.
And it looked like it had pace, didn't it? It looked like it had some pace with how kind of aggressively it went into that wall. It just kind of turned to the right, and from what it looked like, it was going to have a good start and a good run. But that is absolute disaster, isn't it, for the team? I feel for them. I'm completely shocked that happened after the success of Arrival. Yeah, awful for them, and let's hope it's not too bad damage. You can see it being reversed slightly there, can't you? And just trying to assess the situation.
Well, I believe we can have another look at what happened there at the start. I mean, that looks very strange. Obviously,
real world
benefits.
Oh no, and the start has
not working properly, and the car just never went straight, did it? Turned straight to the right into the wall and gave it a serious headbutt. So, what damage has been done, we'll wait to see. Of course, as soon as something like this happens, though, guys, the teams will be, especially SIT, their first thought will be, well, what happened? Well, what caused that? Because if it's a problem from their end, they need to know, they need to be able to fix it. Otherwise, this is going to happen again. I mean, obviously, this hasn't happened, we have to assume, in any of their practice runs that they've done. If it's a problem maybe from the other end, something at the circuit that's not worked right, then the other teams are going to be a little concerned if they hear about this. So there, I think, might be a little bit of a delay now as we try to figure out exactly what went on. And at least, though, the big benefit of Roborace is that our first thought can be what happened rather than, is the driver okay? There's no driver in the car. The driver, had he been in the car, would have most definitely felt that. But thankfully, not one of the concerns that we have to have due to the unique nature of Roborace. Well, there's the replay again. And crunch straight into the wall. And the nose of the car is quite an important part of the car. Like I said, we've actually got a good close-up of the front end of the car whilst it was in the garage. And you can see that's where the LiDAR system was. The AI cam is all based at the front of the car. A lot of the sensors that decide the direction of travel are all based in and around that front bodywork. So if there ever was a bit of the car you don't want to be driving into a concrete wall, I mean, you don't want to make contact with the concrete wall in any way, but certainly a head-first impact like that can be particularly disastrous.
Couple of photographs being taken there for the insurance claim, I think, Andy.
Yeah, can you imagine filling out the forms on that one?
So disaster then for Acronis SIT Autonomous. Not the start they would have hoped for their first outing here at the Thruxton circuit, but we do have Ilya standing by again from their team, who hopefully can talk to us. Ilya, thanks for joining us once again. Not at all what we wanted. We didn't expect it. It looked like it was working really well in the sighting lap there. What happened? What do you know what went wrong yet with the fact that it crashed into that wall so disastrously?
Unfortunately, I don't know what's happened because it's too early to say. We need to take a look at the logs. But recently when we did our tests, it was completely different behavior. So we can successfully run the laps with good speed, with good acceleration. I don't know. It's something with setup, or I don't know. Our software didn't behave in such way like recently during the test. So I don't know what it was. So we need to investigate and we need to understand.
The other thing to investigate, Ilya, will of course be the actual physical damage to the car. I guess it's your car. As a team, you're the only ones who run your own vehicle. What would be the process now in terms of repairing that? Do you have a crew on site that can actually assist the damage there and repair it?
So we need to see on the car. Right now, we actually our team right now remote, and also we don't know the condition of the car. Maybe it will be possible to participate in the next event tomorrow, but let's see. So yeah, right now Roborace team also looking on the car on its condition.
Yeah, Matt mentioned there, obviously this is your own car. If it wasn't possible to get that car repaired, would there be any chance of you putting your AI into the other Roborace car, which is at Thruxton, would you think?
Yeah. I mean, actually, yes, software and our software can run on another dev board that Roborace has, but we need to discuss it. I mean, will we do it or not? So we need to decide.
Okay, well, lots to decide, and I understand. Obviously, there's not so much you can tell us right now, Ilya, until you get the information back from Thruxton. So we'll leave you for now. But thank you so much for joining us, and commiserations. I'm sure you're very disappointed.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you.
So plenty of incidents so far at Thruxton. Surely plenty more still to come after this. Stay with us.
Thruxton Race Circuit is one of the fastest tracks in the UK, with legendary high-speed corners and a reputation for humiliating drivers who don't measure up. At 2.4 miles per lap, it also lays claim to being one of the longest circuits in the country, hosting both the British Touring Car and the British Superbike Championships. The track starts as it means to go on. Allard is corner 1, uphill and fast. The next 3 corners are named after the pioneers of speed, Campbell, Cobb, and Seagrave. Noble leads into Goodwood, that is such a long, fast right-hand turn that it feels like it goes on forever. Passing Village, then into Church, which is officially the fastest corner in the UK, and with a fearsome reputation to go with it. At the end of Brooklands is the Club Chicane, a huge deceleration and difficult right-left-right set of turns before hard on the power to the finish line.
Well, after a really impressive opening run of the day from Arrival Racing, we've got some more news for you on that, actually. Some extra calculations have been done, and as if their time wasn't impressive enough, it turns out they actually went even quicker than we first thought. Their clear time is 7 minutes and 27 seconds, but once you take off all of the time that they gained from those 29 collectibles that they hit, that goes down to 5 minutes and 43. 29 collectibles, only 6 obstacles, and remember the collectibles are worth more than the obstacles add on to the time. So doubly impressive stuff there from Arrival Racing. That time is going to be hard to beat.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a DevBot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With a top team and lightning-quick AI driver, Team ARG are definite favorites going into the 2020 season.
Well, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined now by the ARG team's algorithm designer, Yasmina Zubaka. Yasmina, thank you so much for joining us. Nice to see you again. How are you guys feeling about today's event? How have you been preparing over the last few days?
Hi, nice to see you again. Well, we are a bit nervous now. Soon we'll have our run, so let's see. Last few days was really hard, and we had, let's say, many issues to solve. Some of them high priority, some low. But yeah, now we will see how everything runs.
Well, I'm not sure if you've been able to catch up with the news from the track yet, which is that Acronis had some issues with their car. You look surprised, so let me give you the news. Then they actually crashed into the pit wall from the start. So you don't have to go very far to improve on their performance today. I'm sure that's not a great consolation to you, but yeah, I mean, these things can go quickly wrong, can't they?
Yeah, so we are surprised, but yeah, we are not promising nothing more. Let's see. Let's say the architecture and the software everything is very, very complicated. And yeah, when you don't have so much time to test, and even when you test, there are some issues which are not predictable, then yeah, it's really hard to find the bug. But I hope for us it will be successful run. If not, yeah, we will work to improve it. Of course, there will be other rounds.
Well, at least you guys made it to turn 1 at Anglesey last time out. You were actually the only guys to get some competitive track times. So hopefully we get more than that today.
Yeah, so from comparison to the last time, we have improved our algorithm. So we have tested it in software and on hardware simulator, and everything was working. Except, let's say, on the real car, we had some issues, as I said, which were not predictable. Today we tried to solve them, but we don't know will they be solved until we run the let's say, DevBot.
Oh, that's all part from our side. That's all part of the anticipation and the excitement of watching them. Sure, it must be very nerve-wracking for you guys. Tell me a little bit how you've been able to adapt as well from Anglesey circuit to Thruxton circuit. It's a very different challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So on Anglesey, we had many issues. So we did not receive objects, obstacles, and anything on the racetrack. This time we have successfully tested that part and everything works fine. So we can see the obstacles that are in front of us. And also our dynamic planning worked very well. So even if we don't today finish, but I hope we will, we would like to try our dynamic planner if it works or not. So just to run to avoid some obstacles and catch some collectibles, and we will be, let's say, satisfied.
and avoid the pit wall from the start as well.
We hope we will be successful in that also.
Well, the good news is that Acronis crashed their own car, so at least the other Roborace car that you guys are going to be using is still in perfect condition, so that's good. Yeah,
that's good for us. So we have a working car, but I hope also the rest of the teams will have a working car.
No pressure. No pressure on you guys then. Okay, look, Yasmina, thank you so much for joining us. I know you guys are very busy now getting prepared for your run, so we wish you the very best of luck, and we're looking forward to seeing you get past turn 1 this time.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We hope everything will be fine today.
I'm sure it will. Thanks, Yasmina. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, that's the scene in the scrutineering bay over at Thruxton right now. As you can see, the DevBot is ready to rock once again today. Thankfully, we do have 2 on site there at Thruxton, the Acronis model. You might have just got a glimpse of it at the back of shot there. It's undergoing repairs after that really, quite shocking, certainly surprising incident off the start line earlier on. But Team ARG ready to head to the start line now, Rachel, and I think a little bit of pressure on these guys now because how quickly things can go wrong, as we can see there.
Yeah, that's the car that we obviously saw a short while ago have a bit of a disastrous start at Thruxton. And we forget, don't we, Matt, how expensive these cars are as well. Around £800,000 worth of machinery that you're seeing there. So not ideal if we have a crash like we saw Acronis do, but we are now moving attention, like you said, to ARG. And you spoke to, didn't you, Yasmina, beforehand? And I don't know, I feel like she's quietly confident. And especially, you just watch that VT there, remind everyone how quick they were in season alpha. Obviously, now they're going to contend with a metaverse. And she said, didn't she, that she'll look to pick up and avoid a few objects, obviously to get to grips with it, because they know their team can go fast. So this is just a new element that I would say they're quite excited to kind of get to grips with.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got that information from last year. Obviously, a very small amount of track information as well from Anglesey, just 1 corner's worth, or just the short straight to the first corner. But yeah, you're right, Yasmina, she seemed really positive, didn't she? Obviously, it was a bit of a surprise to her to hear about what had happened to Acronis SIT. But they've done their homework, there's no doubt about that. And I think we're all now expecting a real challenge here from Team ARG. Andy, our commentator, is once again, he's recoiled into his spring-like position, ready to go again. And Andy, hopefully you get to commentate on a bit more action this time.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, we've seen a bit of everything today, haven't we? We saw how well things can go when everything's working right with Arrival Racing. They had a really strong run. And then we saw, as you've just said, how quickly it can go wrong for Acronis SIT. You know, I mean, they literally just got off the line and the car veered off into the wall. But I'm excited to see what Graz can do now in their run. Remember, they won the Speed and Precision Challenge in Season Alpha last year. And this now is all about speed and precision. You've got to set a good lap time, but you've also got to be able to accurately negotiate those obstacles and pick up the collectibles as well. And you've got to be really precise in order to do so. So in theory, this team is well set, I think, to challenge Arrival. If Arrival are the clear favourites coming into season beta, I think Graz are probably the team most likely to challenge them.
This is the exciting bit, isn't it? When you see the driver getting in the car, really exciting lap, which means we're close. And Matt, you mentioned it, but Yasmina, I think you kind of made her and the team's day, didn't you, when you told her there's been a crash? Kind of takes maybe a little bit of pressure off to say, you know what, we're not finishing bottom of the table in this event. Her reaction was literally pure gold, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great to see that reaction, Rach. It was so natural, wasn't it, as well, because they didn't know. And oftentimes, you know, in normal situations, they would have seen it. You know, they would have been at the track and they would have seen that happen, and they would have had time to prepare a response. You know, a kind of oh, well, you know, we're very sorry. We understand, you know, from the other team's point of view, from Acronis' point of view, this is not how we want to do it, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, you could just literally see it on her face as she found out that they'd had that setback. So it's an opportunity for them now. The pressure is off a little bit, I think, from Team ARG. And as we said before, I mean, obviously they have the experience of racing last year, but for all of these guys, for a lot of the engineers, obviously extremely knowledgeable, extremely experienced in terms of software development and algorithm design. But when it comes to the high pressure environment of racing, that's something that's quite new to a lot of them.
Obviously, I'm going to add there, she won't obviously, you know, like that another team have crashed. Obviously, no one likes anybody to crash, but for her personally and her team, I'm sure she just thought, okay, that's not.
At the end of the day, that's, you know, this is racing. This is racing, and that's what it's about, isn't it? They want to come first by however whatever means. So I'm sure, there will be a little bit of extra motivation, maybe there, a little bit of satisfaction. And what I can tell you, Rich, is you mentioned about the price of the car there. 800,000 is the going rate for the actual finished build of the car. That crash there for the Acronis car caused £70,000 worth of damage. So it was an expensive second or so, wasn't it?
Wow, it was indeed expensive, 70,000. But you can see right on the clock now, their 30-minute countdown has started for ARG. So obviously we know what that means. They've got 30 minutes now to complete their 3 laps. Andy, you can fill everyone in the detail because you are the man with all the knowledge about how things work here at Roborace. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, but you love it. We know you do.
Yeah, all of the knowledge is a bit of a stretch. I don't think any of us have got all of the knowledge yet, have we? We're all kind of learning on the fly, which is one of the quite nice things about working on Roborace, I've got to say. But ARG, final preparations being made now in their garage. This 30-minute clock that we're seeing means that they are now allowed to head out onto the circuit. They're not allowed to do so before that 30-minute starts. And as long as they get their 3 consecutive laps in within the 30-minute window, then it will count towards their time. And remember, the time they've got to beat is the only complete time that we've actually seen set today, which was by Arrival Racing, a total of about 9 minutes and 11 seconds. But once we'd taken away nearly 2 minutes worth of bonus time that they managed to accumulate, it went down to about 7 minutes and 27 seconds. They collected 29 of those time-saving collectibles, and we'll wait and see now whether Graz can beat that, or maybe they can see the car is out on circuit now, so we are getting close to seeing, hopefully, our second completed run. You know, I'm sure the team would have had a moment of enjoyment, perhaps, out of hearing about SIT's problems, but I'm sure the nerves are also starting to ramp up now, not just for Graz, but for the 4 remaining teams, because they'll have all been quite confident, I'm sure, that they'd made the relevant adjustments and they made the relevant preparations for this round 1.1 at Thruxton. But having seen that it can go wrong for SRT, they'll now be painfully aware of the fact that it could also go wrong for them, and they'll really be hoping to avoid a similar end to their day that we saw for SIT a few moments ago. So, as the autonomous racing Graz car makes its way around to the start line then, with the driver on board, pedalling it for the time being, we're starting now to get familiar with this process. The real driver takes the car out of the garage, does a sighting lap just to A, make sure everything's working correctly, and B, try and prepare the car as best they can for the run. So weaving side to side to get some heat into the tyres. They'll probably be on and off the brakes as well to try and get some heat into the brake system. And actually, that's the best way of warming up the tyres. We often see drivers weaving around the track to try and warm up the tyres, but actually stamping on the brakes generates a lot more heat, and that heat then dissipates out into the rubber. Riding on board with the DevBot 2.0, and speed around about 90 kilometers an hour. It was well over 100 as it went out through the back part of the circuit, and it will be interesting to see if we get those sort of speeds with the AI driver on board. So pulling up to the start line then, and the stopwatches then get prepared as we look ahead now to our third team to take to the circuit today, and this is Autonomous Racing Graz, the Graz University of Technology, one of 5 universities, all within quite a small area in the Styria region in Austria. And those of you who are motorsport fans will know that the Styria region of Austria is where the Red Bull Ring, the Formula One circuit, is located. So it's an area of Austria that definitely has an interest in automotives and racing, and this newest form of racing, something that really appealed to the Graz University. It was founded back in 1811 and has had many notable alumni, but possibly the most relevant to what we're doing here was some bloke called Nikola Tesla, who was a world-famous inventor, physicist, electrical and mechanical engineer, and I'm sure he's an inspiration to the team members, of which there are 10 of them, and amongst them we have the technical team leader, Marcus Stratter, who is a researcher for advanced driver assistance systems. So again, another example of a team member trying to take their experience in autonomous driving and apply it to Roborace, and maybe learn some things from Roborace that they can then apply to the real world in the future. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're working towards the future, not just of autonomous motorsport, but also autonomous driving, which is kind of seen by many as the next big step in on the roads out not only in Britain but around the rest of the world. So getting ready to go. We're hearing there might be a little bit of rain in the air at Thruxton. Yeah, there is a little bit of rain falling. There was a forecast for some rain this afternoon, and that is just an extra little spanner in the works now, isn't it? Because that is another thing for the AI algorithms to have to calculate. And this is not a nice circuit in the wet either. It's quite slippery, and because it's not the smoothest of surfaces, if we get really heavy rain, the water can sometimes kind of collect in some of the dips, and that is enough to catch even the best professional drivers out. I suppose the team do have the option to sit and wait it out for a while, but it's kind of a constant drizzle. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon, so possibly best to get the run underway as soon as they can, and hope to avoid the worst of the slippery conditions. Given the strategy that was deployed by Rival, though, they were very much aiming for those collectibles, and so that meant their average speed wasn't quite as high as it could have been. So possibly that means that a slightly wetter track now for Autonomous Racing Graz might not hamper them as much, because the average speed isn't going to be as high, clearly, if it's wet. You can see there the moisture on the driver's door as the driver now steps out of the DevBot 2.0, which clearly can be driven either by AI or by a real driver. One of the many tests that Roborace have been conducting is this comparison with Lucas Grassi, Formula E world champion. And we're getting within just a few percent now of Lucas's raw speed with the car in AI mode. So we are starting now to see the technology really hit its peak, but we don't really know how good it could be. It may well be that at some point in the future, the AI is more capable than even some of the world's very greatest drivers. So the driver will make his way to safety very shortly. Then the car will hopefully head in a straight-ish line towards the first corner rather than making a beeline back to the pit lane. And we'll get our first comparison to that time, a 7 minutes 27.1 for Arrival Racing, but it was a net time of 9 minutes 11 before the penalties were calculated. So that's kind of the best comparison we can go off. And their fastest lap was somewhere in the region of 2 minutes 20 seconds, I reckon. So I've got the stopwatch ready. I'll try and keep an eye on that. As off goes the car then. The first lap begins. And so far, so good. It's not the speediest of starts, but it is at least a clean start for Autonomous Racing Graz, who make their way into the first corner. The sweeping right-hander at Allard. And this is a very cautious start. Now, is this because of the rain? It looks quite heavy through the first corner there. And they not want to slip off the road in the early stages. Yeah, you can see the rain on the camera lens as the car sweeps up to our first complex of corners and the first set of obstacles to deal with. So the red is a penalty wall. If you hit that, you get time added onto your run. If you collect those little blue and yellow orbs, though, like that, then you get time taken away. And that could be the key here in these slippery conditions to improving your lap time, actually. So a little bit of a collectible there through the first part of the complex. That's 4 seconds knocked off the total time for Autonomous Racing Graz. And there are a couple more here to be dealt with maybe as they come out of the complex. Yep, another bonus there. This is certainly not a fast run, but they are thus far very precise, not picking up any penalties that I've noticed so far. So Autonomous Racing Graz, that appears to be the strategy they're going for, something similar to that of Arrival Racing, but they may well speed up as they move into the second and third laps. Waiting for the car to come into view then through Noble, heading up to the point of the circuit furthest away from the start-finish line. Here it comes. And even in a section of the track where they don't have any metaverse obstacles to negotiate, it does look as though the car is taking a pretty cautious pace. Now, what do they do here through Noble? Do they choose to deviate from the line? No, not really. They're avoiding the penalty wall. Oh, no, they didn't avoid it. Look, they clipped it. So despite weaving to try and avoid it, the AI driver didn't quite succeed in doing so. So that's a couple of seconds added on already for Autonomous Racing Graz. Can they get this bonus? No, not quite. I don't think they did. So a so-so first lap here for Graz. Certainly not setting lap record pace, but at least they are keeping the car out of trouble. Into Church Corner. This is a fearsomely quick corner in the dry. And as it gets ever greasier out there, the car is having to go a little bit more slowly to deal with it. See the new runoff area that Thruxton Circuit have put in slanted grass runoff area to stop cars hitting anything too solid if they go off. And from the onboard pictures here, we can now see the rain starting to streak on the windscreen. The clouds are getting blacker and blacker. Look at that. It's a proper October afternoon in the south of England as the Autonomous Racing Graz car comes up towards the club chicane at the top of Woodham Hill. The obstacles appear and the AI driver tries to decide which is the best way to negotiate. It takes a wide line into the chicane. Will try to turn across and avoid the wall, which it does. Neat and tidy then through the chicane. We're already over 3 minutes for this lap, though, so it's not looking like being anything like as quick, at least for the first lap, as Arrival Racing were. Of course, we didn't get a comparison from Team Acronis SIT. So first lap about to be completed, and as it comes across the start line now, it is about a 3 minutes 30 lap time there for Autonomous Racing Graz. but they did pick up a few of those bonuses and they didn't hit too many penalties, so they'll be reasonably happy with that, I think. Now, will they pick the pace up on lap number 2? Rain getting heavier, so I sort of doubt that. Over the hill into what is quite a tricky braking point at the complex. Now, every lap, the obstacles are in different positions, and this is what we saw for Arrival Racing. On lap 2, they had a lot more obstacles to avoid, and, oh, well, not successfully avoiding the first one there, Graz. They've clattered straight into it. Where's it gone? For a few moments, we lose sight of the car now. We hope that it's making its way safely through this sort of slalom. Ah, no, it has stopped. Well, that's one way of avoiding the obstacles, I suppose, but certainly not the quickest way around the circuit. The car has come to a standstill. Something potentially has confused the AI. And as we all know, when a computer doesn't know what to do, it sometimes just decides not to do anything. And that looks like it is the case for Autonomous Racing Graz. Now, can they solve this problem whilst it's actually out on track, or are they going to have to abort the run, perhaps? If they do have problems, they can, in theory, have another go at it, but they've got to complete the second run within the 30-minute window, which, of course, is ticking down all the way. But there is no sign of life from the car, and, frustratingly, it's stopped quite a long way from the pit lane. So, the recovery vehicle is with it now, though. They've got there quickly. Well done. And they'll stick the driver back in, I think, now to get it back to the pit lane. So, for the second time in a row, Autonomous Racing Graz hitting some technical problems. And we do wonder if maybe the rain has something to do with this, because you can see it's been getting quite a bit heavier. And perhaps for safety reasons, the car has decided it's not going to continue. But problem is, until you get the car back to the pits, it's not always that easy to tell what's going on. So the driver gets back in, then they'll take the car back to the pit garage, and we will await further news as to whether Autonomous Racing Graz can get back out there. The time, of course, still ticking down, and the track getting wetter and wetter, so even if they do get a chance to get back out there now and complete their run, or complete their second attempt at the run anyway, then it's doubtful they're going to be able to go all that much quicker. So yeah, more technical problems then for Autonomous Racing Graz. Not the first time we've seen this. At least the car has stayed on the road this time, and we've got further than the first corner. But Matt and Rachel, we are unfortunately in another position where we're waiting to see if they can get this problem fixed and get their second attempt at the run underway shortly.
Okay, well, it's time to step away from the action for a few minutes to speak to a very special guest, Oliver Kibblewhite, the founder of the 5Gs. Oliver, thanks for joining us. And I want to just ask you firstly, a little bit about your work and the 5Gs.
Yeah, lovely to be here today. It's been interesting watching the stream up until now. I founded the 5Gs at the start of this year, pre-pandemic, because I was seeing a lot of growth in the 5G space from a marketing perspective, and no one was really owning the space. So I took the opportunity to fill a gap in the market and created the company that you see before you. The 5Gs have been set up to essentially bring connectivity and technology to the marketing and advertising space, enabling brands, mobile phone operators, manufacturers to demonstrate the advantages of 5G to people in real world scenarios.
Yeah, and just talk to me about what those advantages would be then, would you say, and why companies, should get involved?
Well, the primary advantage, I think, is latency. Obviously, it has massive amounts of bandwidth, but for most people, that 4G is fast enough. You can download a Netflix show to your phone in real time now, so that's not really a problem. But latency is still a massive issue. And when I say latency, it's the time that it takes between clicking a button on your phone and having the content be delivered back to you. What we want is snappy, instantaneous access to data. And for things like racing, autonomous, anything AI, your Google Stadia, cloud-rendered gaming projects, all of these things need super low latency. 5G also has the ability to run very dense networks. So if you go to a football match, a motor race, where you've got a lot of people in a small space, they're all kind of fighting to be heard by the mobile phone network. And 5G has fantastic queuing systems, effectively. So every device gets a ticket and it knows exactly when it's next able to transmit. And that gives you predictability, which gives you reliability.
Yeah, for sure. So it just means, I guess everything's at our fingertips even faster than it already is.
Exactly that. It means that in the future, our smartphones, which currently have to do everything locally, be that playing a mobile game or watching a video stream, in the future, they will become thin client devices where all of the software processing is done in the cloud. And basically, a video stream is just streamed to your phone in real time. This massively increases the performance available to the device, giving you access to fully immersive and real-time rendered content with the power of the cloud. So AAA console gaming will now be available on your phone.
And you said you've been watching our stream here at Roborace today. What have you made of it so far, and what's drawn you to this competition? We absolutely love it, of course.
I've been watching Roborace for a number of years. Autonomous racing is a fantastic development opportunity for automotive manufacturers and all of the people who build and design these autonomous technologies. Testing them at the limit of performance on the racetrack is the best way to gain reliability and performance and confidence for what will eventually become the autonomous vehicles that ferry us around day to day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're enjoying it, and we're so glad that you are really interested in what we have going on here as well. And Oliver, thank you for chatting to us, and the best of luck with the 5Gs and everything that you hope to achieve from it. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Well, as the clock counts down and the time ebbs away, it's quite clear that Team ARG are not going to get back out onto the track. You can just see from the car there in the scrutineering bay just how wet it got out there. But actually, it seems the weather wasn't the problem, Rach. We're hearing that it was a localization error in the software there. The car eventually effectively got lost on the start. The first lap was really good, actually. And then just going into turn 3 on the second lap, the car just effectively lost track of where it was, and the team had to stop it for safety reasons. So real shame that for Team ARG, because we were expecting big things, and things were just hotting up then, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds a little bit crazy, doesn't it? The car got lost on a race circuit. It's not like they were kind of rally or kind of cross country anywhere. They were literally on a circuit, but that's what we have to kind of expect, I guess, when we're talking about AI. These things do happen. Unfortunately, it's happened again. Another, I guess, a problem for one of our teams here, but I'd like to talk to them maybe, and Yasmina, and see what she had to say, because they were so confident when you chatted to her, Matt, a little bit early on about their performance today. And it's just super unlucky. I'm just going to blame the weather. I'm going to say it's nothing to do with anything else apart from our British weather playing havoc again. Gosh, why aren't we in a different country?
Water in the works. Yeah, water in the works. Let's put it down to that for now, Rach. Yeah, real shame for that team. And as I said, especially because the first lap, I think, as Andy said in commentary there, it didn't look the quickest, but that's not always necessarily an indicator of what we can expect for the full run, because, you know, the team could have been concentrating more on the obstacles on that lap, you know, increasing the pace on the second lap with a bit more heat in the tyres. And obviously they never eventually got a chance to complete that run. So that's a DNF or a 0 or an out or whatever you want to call it for Team ARG. And there it is, confirmed. So, well, they managed to go a little bit further than SIT Acronis Autonomous, but the ultimate result is the same, Rach, 0 points, I'm afraid.
I know, not good to see, is it, those two teams there? But that's what happened for those two teams in round 1. Hopefully they'll make up for it in round 2. So unlucky for Team ARG. It wasn't to be again in round 1 for them, but it's time now to speak to Yasmina Zubaka, the algorithm designer, once again for the team, to just talk us through what went wrong. Yasmina, unlucky for you. You were so confident when you were speaking to Matt a little bit earlier about, I guess, the developments that you've had since you're in Angle C, but you made it through lap 1. It looked like you were pretty strong, albeit not as fast maybe as the team we saw earlier. And then we saw in lap 2, you had the problem and you stopped because of, I guess, safety problems, and you had a localization error. Was that the case? Can you explain that a little bit for us?
Yeah, so first when we wanted to start, they said that the weather conditions changed, so the rain started, and that we should lower the velocity, so the speed. So we were driving just 75 kph. And yeah, so regarding the safety layer, we had a few days ago some issues. We tried to fix them, so everything was working in the simulation, but yesterday on the testing we also had a few issues. We tried to solve them, and today, yeah, we thought that everything works fine. We drove 1 lap, as you could saw, and also we had really nice maneuvers, I would say. But yeah, in the second lap, something really happened, and we cannot say now what really happened because we need to analyze the data and the logs. And yeah, I cannot give you so many informations right now.
No, but let's just talk about the positives then. And the first lap, like you said, you obviously had to drive at 75%, but it looked like you were going well, and you managed to collect a few of the collectibles and avoid the obstacles. You know, that was the plan. It worked out for you.
Yes, exactly. So our main goal was to test our driving planner, so dynamic planner. So we wanted really to test it and not go just for a static race line, let's say. So the goal was just to finish at the end, just to finish 1 lap, whole lap, with the dynamic planning, and we succeeded into that. So we have avoided ISO obstacles and read some collectibles. So let's see in the final, let's say, recording what happened there. I cannot tell for other lads, but we are lads. So let's see what other teams will show. We show our dynamic planning for the one lap. So that's also a success, I would say.
I love that you're being really positive and talking about the successes, because you did get further as well than in Angle C, where you only made it to the first corner. So progress, third corner on lap 2 is massive progress for you and the team and the car. So now what will you do ahead of round 2? Hopefully, if we get back out on track tomorrow, are there any other adjustments you need to make now?
Yeah, so we really need to get these recordings from the car now. We are working on that, and we need to analyze it. If we need to work all night, we will do it. But we need to fix this. Hopefully, if there is, if we are not successful in that, then we will have a plan B probably. We always have plan B.
You've got to have a plan B, and it seems like you've maybe got a pretty long night ahead of you, Yasmina. So I'll let you and the team go and try and fix those problems you had today. But thank you so much for chatting to us once again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rachel, once again.
I am the forest. I give you clean air and protect your shores. Yet you continue to cut me down. But I am resilient. We can solve your climate problem together. When one tree falls, you might not hear it. But when millions fall, I assure you, you will feel it.
We can divide the many worlds around us into either real or virtual. How these two can merge together has become one of the key questions of the 21st century. Whether it's a heads-up display and a pair of glasses showing you the way home, or a group of people meeting up online as VR avatars of themselves, we are constantly fusing ourselves into these different worlds. Roborace is launching into this blend with their own metaverse. New for Season Beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track, which the real-life autonomous cars will have to adjust to whilst racing. These might be walls to avoid or tokens to collect. They could be weather conditions the cars must consider, or boost points that allow a real-life increase in speed. They can even be virtual cars suddenly appearing on track to compete against. The groundbreaking element of this all-new software platform is that it allows you, the viewer, to see these virtual objects and conditions on track together with the race cars in real time. So you're able to see what the AI driver is experiencing and how it chooses to react. The next stage of the metaverse is allowing you, the audience, to challenge the AI drivers. You'll be able to place the virtual objects, change the conditions, and directly influence the competition. You can play the race.
Okay, next up, our fourth team, which is the University of Pisa. Let's find out a little bit more about them.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Center are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human plus Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Zalazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. Team Pisa has grown and gained experience. Will this be their year? We're about to find out.
Federico, thank you so much for joining us. Not long now until we see your attempt on track. How have preparations been so far this week over at the University of Pisa?
It's been pretty tough. We've been concentrating on, mostly the algorithm stuff regarding obstacles avoidance. We were very keen on testing this. Unfortunately, we have had some technical delays from our part because we were focusing on our own development, and we got some delays in the interface with the Roborace car. So we're gonna mainly gather some data and get ready for the more serious races in the future.
Yeah, well, this is what Season Beta is all about, right, Federico? I mean, this is a great chance for you guys to gather the information.
That's right.
Yeah, and I don't know how much you know about the team runs that we've seen already today, but we've seen some issues for Team ARG and also for Acronis as well. I guess actually 3 complete laps here is going to put you fairly high up on the leaderboard, whatever happens. So is that the goal, just to complete the 3 laps, or are you going to try and test the metaverse stuff and collect objects as well, or what's the strategy?
So we have a schedule of these few laps with increasing speed and accelerations. I know that the weather is not too good today, so we're probably gonna be a little more conservative than we had hoped to be. So yeah, basically we're gonna go as fast as possible with high accelerations. But yeah. So yeah, basically complete the laps.
Okay, well, good luck with that, Federico. We can see that the clock is running now, so we'll leave you to. Thank you for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
So the clock is now running then for Team Pisa. It was interesting to speak to Federico there, Rich, and Andy. It kind of feels like for those guys, the pressure is off them a little bit now, Rich.
Yeah, I liked what he said. He wants to go as fast as possible, but be conservative because of the weather. That was the key points that I kind of picked out from that. But Andy, yeah, he was also kind of saying that I guess they're really trying to develop in this round here. And they've been looking at the algorithms for obstacle avoidance and just, I guess they just want to, like Matt said, complete 3 laps. Only one other team's done that. So that's key. But it's really interesting that they are all using it as that kind of development step for season 1, which of course is coming hopefully next year.
Yeah, exactly. Team Pisa competed in Season Alpha as well, and they really said then that their main focus was on working on the localization system using LiDAR in the event that GPS signal was lost. Well, it was a localization issue that just took ARG out on the previous run. So in theory, Pisa, I think, should have a decent level of confidence coming into their run now, because the one thing that caught out the previous team is the thing that this team seems to excel at. So as long as they can handle the conditions and they don't have any obviously unforeseen issues, I think Team Pisa could strike a bit of a surprise here this afternoon.
You know, guys, at the end of the day as well, the development of all of this autonomous technology is not just to see how fast we can make a car go, but how safe you can make a car run as well. You know, in terms of different conditions, the different circuits, the different road surfaces. You know, it's about a lot more than just seeing how fast we can make a car go. So there's a lot to think about for these guys, and there's a lot still to be achieved, even when the conditions are difficult like this.
Yeah, totally, Matt. And you can see that the conditions are actually getting slightly better again now. I said earlier on, it was a typical autumn afternoon in England, and it really is, because just as soon as you get used to one set of weather conditions, it seems to change. It looks like quite a nice day over at Thruxton again now. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Regardless of the conditions, and in a way, regardless of what the end result is, the teams will all learn every time they send the car out onto the circuit. They will learn something. And one of the real themes of today, and I think season beta on the whole, is that, you know, to really learn how to improve, first of all, you need to find out what the potential problems are. But hopefully Pisa won't have any problems. The car, I think, is just going through its final preparations to be taken out to the start line. And as long as they get through without any problems, they don't have a void run, and they get to the end, I think they could be on for at least a top 3, maybe even a top 2 performance. I think Arrival Racing's time is going to be tough to beat on outright pace, but it's going to turn into a bit of a day of attrition, I reckon. So just getting to the end will be very much the target here, I think, for Team Pisa.
We're joined now by our next guest, Mr. Sergio Savarese, who's the Professor and Deputy Director at Politecnico di Milano, in Milan, of course. Sergio, ciao, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, could you just tell us a little bit about your work?
Okay, a very big question about my work. So I'm a university professor. It's a very exciting job. I would say very intense job. That's the adjective I would like to use. So I have a lot of teaching. So I have more than 1,000 students per year, graduate students. I teach 4 courses from automation and vehicles control, let's say data analytics and so on. We do a lot of projects, research projects, especially in cooperation with companies. Very, let's say, very nice because we still very on the edge of technology. We help companies to do R&D. And we also do a lot of technology transfer. So my research group is very much active in transforming, let's say, research activities into products and to spin-off companies. So we have three different directions I've been working on. And really, it's intense, but really exciting. I have a lot of freedom to take directions in my research. I have a big team, a very nice team with a lot of fantastic people, really exciting and intense.
So, given all of that, then you must be really interested and excited by the idea of Roborace. What do you think about it?
Well, I think Roborace is a very nice initiative. It fills a gap. So we were really waiting for a, let's say, high-level initiative of, let's say, autonomous car racing. So I think it's really filling a gap. I also like very much the format of Roborace because basically it's perfect for a university team because it takes all the, let's say, operational burden to the organizer. So leaving to the academic team to fully focus on our, let's say, what we really like to do. So develop algorithms and software and artificial intelligence for the automatic, let's say, control of a car. And I think it's a really nice format. And I'm really happy that eventually such a high-level initiative, let's say, enter in the, let's say, the arena of racing.
Now you're Italian, of course, a country with huge history in motor racing. Sergio, we know, in Formula One, in MotoGP, these kind of sports where we see technology taken to the next level. Do you think that this is another advantage of Roborace, another interesting aspect for development of this technology in particular?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Let me stress my perspective. So I am a control engineer, so my team has my, let's say, know-how as a researcher, as a scientist, is fully focused on automatic control. So I have a long-lasting tradition of doing research in vehicles control, all the different levels and types of control. And see, from my perspective, let's say, the top racing, which is Formula One or MotoGP, unfortunately is no longer a place where we can test our best technologies. You probably know, let's say, Formula One. So Formula One, for the control engineer point of view, was still pulling the technology. We're at the leading edge till the early 90s. Let's say, you remember, traction control, active suspension, and so on. At a certain point, this technology started to be banned. So today, unfortunately, from my perspective, Formula One is no longer a place where we can develop and test the leading edge technology of automatic control. So for me, it's extremely important to have a context like Roborace that can play, from my point of view, the role of Formula One in the early ages, so the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, where the top-notch technology was developed there and then transformed into a product, into production cars. I think Roborace can play that role, and for me, it's really important to have a place where to test leading-edge technologies with the freedom that we can experience in racing, because racing has the advantage, traditionally, of being having more freedom. We don't have to focus too much on the industrialization problems, which are typical in the production cars. So I think can play a fundamental role of pulling the technology of autonomous cars and playing sort of the role that Formula One played in the early ages.
Yeah. Oh, well, really, really interesting to hear your point of view on that, Joe. Fascinating to hear your perspective. Thank you so much for joining us. And maybe the next time we see you, you'll be leading the team in this championship, maybe.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we just joined. At the moment, we are working together with the University of Pisa team. We just, let's say, started collaboration with them for the beta season. And so it's a way to enter smoothly in Roborace. And we look forward to be, let's say, independent team and in the next season, in season 1.
Oh, we'll look forward to seeing that. Well, good luck with everything, Sergio. Thanks once again for joining us. Enjoy the racing.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, look at that. Still quite a bit of standing water at Thruxton, but the sun is shining, Andy Rach. Beautiful conditions now. I mean, the track's still going to be damp, but it looks like we're going to have some slightly warmer weather for hopefully some slightly hotter laps.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned there about the fact that we only have 14 minutes now left on the clock for Team Pisa to get their 3 laps in, but maybe it was all part of the plan. They knew the sun was going to come out. I'm sure that was why. Clever thinking.
Yeah, well, Rach, this is going to be tight now, isn't it, though? Because Arrival set their time, and it was just over 9 minutes, and they were setting a pretty good pace. And remember, this car still has to get round to the start line. Then they have to go through the whole process of putting it into autonomous mode. So I think by the time this car leaves the line, they're only going to have about 10 minutes remaining. So they're going to have to hit a pretty strong pace in order to get the 3 laps in, aren't they, guys?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Andy. Yeah, I'd not considered that, but yeah, you're right. And what was the I think we were looking at 2.5 minute laps, weren't we, from Arrival Racing? So that was a fast lap. So yeah, by the time they get around there, it's going to be a real quick changeover.
Yeah, I guess we hope it's not. They don't have to run at 75%, like we heard that ARG did, because obviously that will make their time even slower. But maybe they have to just change their tactics and don't really go and try and hit and avoid the objects, just try and get the laps completed.
Yeah, it looks like the grip is quite good out there anyway, Andy. I mean, the human driver that's taking the car out on the sighting lap is just warming the tyres up, getting a feel for the conditions. And actually, yeah, it does seem like grip levels at Thruxton in the wet, not too bad, to be fair. And the wind looks like it might have dropped a little bit as well after that storm.
Yeah, and there's not too much standing water, is there? Which is kind of the worst thing. You don't want to hit a puddle and aquaplane off the road because, again, it takes a professional driver a little moment to react to that, and sometimes even they can't save it. So it looks like, I mean, it's clearly still damp. There is a bit of spray being kicked up by the car as it comes towards us at the chicane, but it certainly is an improvement on what we had about half an hour or so ago when it really was absolutely throwing it down and the track was getting quite waterlogged. So yeah, here we go then. Team Pisa lining up on the start line. So they've got just under 12 minutes. This is going to be really tight. And to Rachel's point, I think they might have to sacrifice some of the metaverse aspect of this run and just concentrate on getting the car around the lap because they've got so little wiggle room now to especially if they're expecting their pace to be a little slower than that of arrival racing, they might have to just concentrate on getting the 3 laps in, because you can score all of the bonus points that you want through collecting the collectibles and avoiding the obstacles. But if you don't get physically back to the finish line before the now 11 minutes and 15 seconds elapse, then it doesn't matter. You can pick up every collectible, but you'll still not be classified as a finisher. So, well, driver is getting out at least. This process doesn't seem to be taking as long as it has for some teams. And as soon as the driver has, I'd imagine, jogged out of the way, they'll be able to send the car out onto the circuit. Driver clambers out then, door will close, and we'll see exactly what Team Pisa have. Pisa, the first Italian team to be entered into Roborace, and it is a place of some scientific significance. Is Pisa. It was the birthplace of Galileo Galilei, who was father of modern science, as many refer to him as. And it's also the Italian home of computer science, the first Italian computer, which was the Calculatrice Elettronica Pisana. You can tell I studied Italian in school, can't you? Well, I hope you can anyway. It was created there in 1957. So it's a city that is steeped in scientific importance, and therefore fitting that Team Pisa are the first Italian entrants into Roborace. And then they were first created to compete in Roborace back in 2018. And as I said, their main focus was very much on working on localization using the incredibly sophisticated LiDAR system, which is intended to continue to guide the car around the track even if they lose GPS signal, which is a constant concern with autonomous driving, of course. It's sort of a nice backup system if the GPS proves to not be effective. Well, they have 9.5 minutes left. As I said, Arrival Racing's net time before the bonuses were calculated was 9 minutes and 11, so we are getting really tight on time. This is going to have to be a pretty quick run from Team Pisa, but it is, I believe, fairly imminent because the car is being prepared, the track is clear, and hopefully, any time now, the car will release. There goes 9 minutes 11. Hearing a few seconds now before the car will launch, which it does now. So Team Pisa's run is underway. The first thing they have to do is get 3 laps under their belt and then worry about the bonus collectibles later, I think. Up through the first corner they go. And this looks like it's kind of sitting somewhere between the pace that we saw from Graz and Arrival. It's not as quick as Arrival, but it's certainly quicker than ARG were managing. And already heading towards the first set of obstacles. The blue and yellow orbs are collectibles. They will knock time off the total, and the red markers are the obstacles, and that's a wheel on the grass, and the car stopped, hasn't it? Oh, they were trying to avoid that red wall, and one wheel, at least, maybe 2, has headed onto the grass, and I'd imagine that's why the car has stopped. It's quite a tight gap, isn't it, that they've got to fit through there. If they want to go to our right, but the car's left of that second obstacle, they've got to get quite close to the edge of the road, so if the AI driver isn't precise, they can very easily find themselves running onto the green stuff and running out of time, because we now only have 8 minutes to go. The car is stopped. It's not going anywhere, and it might not go anywhere now until it's recovered by the Roborace crew. So it is another one of those fail-safes, I think, where if the car feels that it's straying away from the track, then it will simply stop rather than crashing an £800,000 car into the barriers. We believe it's going to go back to the start line to do another run, but my understanding is that the time will keep on ticking. So I'm not sure they're going to be able to fit 3 laps in. I mean, in theory, you can do 3 laps of the Thruxton circuit easily in 7.5 minutes. A pretty quick lap time around here, somewhere in the 1 minute 30s, but we haven't seen any of the Roborace teams getting down to that sort of pace so far this week. And they've got to, first of all, get the car back to the start line as well. So that was, I think, from an outside perspective at least, an example of the obstacle there, sort of causing a bit of confusion. They wanted to get around it, and the car successfully was negotiating the obstacle, but just strayed a bit too far onto the grass. You can see the left front corner is sat on the grass, and I don't think it's got stuck or anything. I think it is just another one of those situations where the computer and the AI decided that's not where it was supposed to be, and the safest option was maybe to go no further. So we'll wait and see then how long this is going to take, but time is ticking down and down and down. And sadly, it looks as though we might have another non-finish on the board. We've had 4 teams now that have attempted to set a time. Only one have so far managed to get through without any major issues, that being Arrival Racing. Still 2 teams to go there, remember. MIT Driverless and the Carnegie Mellon University teams are up later on in the afternoon. And, well, if either of those you can get to the end, a podium finish is at least pretty much guaranteed. 6 minutes left on the clock then, and we await further news on what the future holds for Team Pisa. Hopefully they'll be able to get back to the start and at least attempt to get a second run in, but the time is not on their side. Well, Team Pisa back underway, albeit not, I believe, in autonomous mode, heading towards the start-finish line. They are running out of time. They don't now have time to restart the run in full and get a full 3 laps in. But what they are hoping to do, I believe, is send the car out for at least one more lap. They can continue running until the time runs out. The track is theirs, essentially, for the entirety of the 30-minute window. So they're going to try and learn possibly what went wrong, because that will obviously be significant to move into round 2 tomorrow. It's a double header here at Thruxton, and so anything they can learn today could come in handy for next time, or indeed the next event in a few weeks' time. So that is what's going on here. We're not going to see a complete time, but we might see them complete a lap, I suppose, and get a rough idea of what their pace is. We didn't really get much chance to evaluate that initially, because although the car did make it successfully round turn 1 at Allard Corner, by the time it got to the complex, problems had struck. So driver gets back out then, shuts the door, and with only a minute left on the clock, quite clearly not enough time to complete a full run. But the fastest lap that we've seen so far, individual lap, is something around about 2 minutes 20, I reckon, from Arrival Racing. So yeah, let's see if they do complete a full lap, how close to that time they can get. So a shame this for Team Pisa, but they did at least get further than SIT Racing Autonomous. So the basic system is working, but clearly something did catch it out as it tried to negotiate that obstacle, and I guess they'll be trying to avoid it a bit more successfully this time. 30 seconds now. They'll at least want to get off the line before that 30 seconds elapses. Try to get one lap of the high-speed Thruxton circuit in. Car flashing away, the light flashing on the roof is to indicate that it is in autonomous mode, but I don't know if it's going to get off the line. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and it does just get going as the clock ticked to 0. So it just about got off the line, and Team Pisa then set off on what is going to be very much an unofficial lap, but it will at least get a chance to gather a little more data here. Now it's heading towards the part of the circuit where it got caught out earlier on, and well, the obstacle is there again. It's in the same place as well, that obstacle, so let's see, can it get around and not get stuck on the grass this time? It's gone to the left-hand side. It doesn't bother trying to avoid it. Instead, it just heads through the corner. So I think what we're going to see here is a run from Team Pisa, or at least a lap from Team Pisa, where they're not that worried about the metaverse. They just want to get the car round the lap cleanly, as quickly as possible. But it does mean that we should see what the car can really do when it's not having to worry about weaving in and out of those barriers. It's out to the high-speed part of the circuit now. Speed starts to build through Noble. I have, for reference, got the stopwatch running on this lap just to see sort of roughly where we're at, because this does look like a pretty pacey run. Through Goodwood then. Spray being kicked up. You can see it is still very, very wet out at the far side of the track. Blast straight through past the... they picked up one of the collectibles there. That'll knock some time off their lap. For all the good it will do them. Just to reiterate, they have to complete all 3 laps for it to count as an official run. But it's quite nice, actually, to see the car stretching its legs. We know that this car is capable of some really impressive speeds, and it is going, I would say now, quicker than we've seen the car go all day in the hands of the other teams. Although, as we pointed out, Arrival Racing were making a real effort to try and collect as many bonuses as they could. It's slowly now making its way at Woodham Hill. It looks like the pace has backed off slightly here towards the end of the lap, but I reckon had the pace continued at the rate at which it was going for the first 2/3 of the lap, it would probably have been right down on the sort of lap time we see from Arrival before. Heading into the braking zone now at the chicane, it will complete its run at the end of this lap, or what little bit of the run that it got, but at least this is good news for the team. They've got the car up and running. Whatever the problem was, they can try and work on, but the base system, the base algorithms are working. The car is capable of getting around the lap at a decent speed without any major dramas, and unofficially, the lap time is... Oh, it slides onto the grass. That's not the ideal way to end the lap, and that is quite a spectacular way to end what had been a troubled 30 minutes for Team Pisa. Thankfully, it doesn't hit anything. It's just left pointing the wrong way, but that will now require a little bit of recovery. Unofficially, the lap time around about 2.5 minutes, so fairly competitive, although they were making no effort at all to deal with the metaverse element. But Matt, Rachel, more drama. We've had plenty of it today, haven't we, from this round 1.1 of Roborace at Thruxton. Team Pisa at least successfully completing a lap, just about anyway, and showing some decent pace there whilst they were out there.
I loved that. That was a stylish way to finish, wasn't it? Little slide there at the end, a little bit of a handbrake turn. I'm not sure, Andy, if just there, as the car crossed the line, maybe he got the message to stop and, you saw the brakes jam on, a bit like when we had that confused message at Anglesey, when Team ARG got the message to stop into turn one and the car just came to that rather cool sliding stop. Looks like the driver's going to get back in now and get it back onto track. That would have been a bit embarrassing though, wouldn't it, if they'd have decided to do that lap after time just to gather some data and then they ended up causing some damage to the car for everybody else.
Yeah, that's what they would have liked to have avoided, and but all worthwhile data gathering, isn't it? They'll have learned something from that lap now. If nothing else, they'll have learned that when they get to the end of the lap, they need to program the car to slow down a bit more gradually. We think a lot about how quick the car can go out on track, but they've got to get it off the line and stopped again at the end successfully as well.
Confirmation then of a third no score of the day. This time it's from the University of Pisa. They've all run into their own problems, haven't they? Pisa, Autonomous Racing, Graz, and SIT Acronis Autonomous. It was just 3 clean laps, really, that have done it for Arrival Racing so far. It's plenty for MIT Driverless and Carnegie Mellon University to ponder now as they head into their runs. We were just hoping, really, I think they're for 3 clean laps, Rachel, from Team Pisa. And by the looks of that last one, they certainly had the potential to do it.
Yeah, really disappointing. Like we've kind of just discussed there. They left it, didn't they? They actually left the pits at about 15 minutes to go. And then they were on the grid waiting to go. And they left that super close as well with 9 minutes to go. And then we know what happened. They just about got over with, 1 second to go. And then didn't even particularly, I'm going to say, complete that lap. I don't even know if they actually went over the start finish line there. But they're now trying to safely get back into the pits for the next team to try and get a time on the board. That's what we want to see here at event 1.1, another time on the board. Time now for a quick break, but do come back and join us for more racing after this.
I am ice. I move slowly. I keep the world cool, but humans keep warming this planet. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Time for the first of our 2 American teams now. Let's meet MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block, this team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, make their Roborace debut at Season Beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking 3rd place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019 and 2nd place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, there is every chance this charismatic team could surprise the status quo. Can MIT Driverless create a shock win in their first Roborace competition?
Okay, just a few moments to go now until MIT Driverless take to the track. I'm delighted to be joined by their team captain, Jorge Castillo, right now. Jorge, thank you so much for joining us with such a short time to go until your run now. Just tell us a little bit about MIT. I think you were a late entrant, weren't you, to the championship? Has that affected your preparations for these opening rounds?
Hey, Matt, thank you. Yeah, sure. So we were definitely one of the latest entrants to the competition, but I think our team has done an amazing amount of work just getting caught up very fast. Over the last month, we've worked on getting the vehicle to run, and then we dove headfirst into developing some efficient, high-performing algorithms to race more aggressively and to make sophisticated decisions around objects. And yeah, we're very excited to test them. We actually have almost all the algorithms almost ready. We were only a couple hours away from getting them ready to run today. But even though we're not going to be testing them today, we're still very excited to run with our MVP this morning and get some good laps in.
Okay, so what we're going to see today is effectively not going to be the full potential of the team. Is that right?
Yeah. We were, like I said, a couple of testing hours away from ironing out all the details to come up with our full stack and our latest algorithms. But we're still very excited to get some fast laps in with what we think is a good performing algorithm and a good performing MVP nonetheless. So you'll definitely be seeing more of us going forward in the competition, but we're very excited about what we have in store for today as well.
Okay, well, that's what Season Beta is about, and we're all excited to see you guys on track as well. Have you seen much of the other teams run? Have you been able to glean any information from them?
No, not really. We have been very focused this morning on setting us up for the race, but yeah, we've been talking to the other teams. They are incredibly talented as well, so we're very excited about their performance and about learning from them and about learning ourselves throughout the competition day today.
Okay, well, I'm very conscious that the clock is running for you now already, so I'll let you go, Jorge. You go join the rest of the team, and the very best of luck. We're really looking forward to seeing what you guys bring to the table today.
Thank you, Matt. Same here.
Speak to you soon. Good luck. So the clock is running then for MIT Driverless. Really looking forward to seeing what these guys have got for us today. And as Jorge said there a little earlier, it looks like they're going to have plenty more for us as season beta develops, and certainly into the first full season next year as well. A lot of plans in place then for MIT Driverless, but still waiting for their car to take to the track for round 1 of season beta here. So hopefully it won't be too long before we see them out there, Rachel. And in the meantime, I think we can just reflect a little bit on what we've already seen here at Thruxton today.
Yeah, absolutely, because before, obviously, MIT Driverless's go, we had Team Pisa. Unfortunately, again, another team didn't quite manage to get all 3 laps under their belt in the allotted time. But we do have a member of their team, Federico Massa, on the line right now to speak to and just get his thoughts on what happened there for Team Pisa. So, Federico, thanks for joining us. So I've got a few questions. I'm going to start with the fact that we know we have this 30-minute countdown clock for you to get your 3 laps in. My first question is, why did Team Pisa leave it so late to exit the garage? I think you left with about 15 minutes to spare.
Yeah, I saw there were some problems during both our first run and the second run. But during the first run, the car stopped at about the 3rd turn, and during the second run, it successfully completed a whole lap, but then it stopped. I think the safe stop turned on. I can't give you any definite answer on this, but we have to inspect the logs. My assumption is that the trajectory might have been a bit too aggressive, maybe also because the weather was not too good. Maybe the parameters were a bit too aggressive, but we have to inspect the logs, so we'll see.
Let's just go back to the first lap, though, because it looked like a good start from the team, but then it maybe looked like you were just trying to avoid the obstacle wall, and you kind of ran off the track a little bit. Was that the case? Was that what happened?
Yeah, I think it might be. Either that, or maybe a slight localization error that made us go a little bit more to the left that we intended to. But we have to inspect the logs to have a definite answer on that. These are all hypotheses.
Yeah, in terms of pace though, Federico, it looked like the car had pretty good pace from your team, about a 2:30-minute lap, if I guess we're going to go with the correct timings. I guess the team could be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was, after all, a good lap. We are a bit sorry that we couldn't complete the 3 laps successfully, but today was intended to mainly see how the car responded to our stack and to gather a bit of data. So yeah, we are pretty satisfied.
Yeah, absolutely, because you mentioned that to Matt in the pre-race interview. You said it was all about gathering data here today, and I'm sure you got a lot from that final lap, but that was what obviously you were hoping to do there. You got out just as the clock was ticking down. It was quite stressful to watch. What was the feeling like with the team? Was it as stressful to watch as it was to be in part of the team?
Yeah, of course. It's a bit stressful because once you hit play, you cannot do anything, basically. You just have to see your child run. So yeah, it was a bit stressful.
Well, a lot to work on, I'm sure. So we wish you all the best of luck for the next round and hope you can improve on what you did today. Thank you so much, Federico.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Well, just under 14 minutes to go then, and we have action once again at Thruxton. MIT Driverless taking to the track. But Andy, once again, you sat there ready to go in the commentary box, and been a frustrating few minutes, I reckon, for you, because a little bit like we saw from Team Pisa, this is a late run.
Yeah, well, I'm getting nervous for them now because you're absolutely right. They've left the pits with less than 15 minutes to go. And in that 15 minutes, they've got to get the car around to the start line, get the driver out, engage the AI mode, and then set 3 laps of the track. And they are cutting it a lot finer than I would want to cut it if I was in control of this. But I'm not. They are very much in control. I'm sure they know what they're doing. But it's going to be another tense 13 minutes or so, I think.
That's what's making the championship so exciting, though, hey? It's adding an extra level of excitement.
I was just going to say, Rich, I mean, I guess all they've got to do here is put 3 clean laps in. They pretty much know that, and they're going to feature on the leaderboard. But talking to Jorge there, the team principal, the goal for these guys, a bit like Team Pisa, is to gather as much information as they can. So I guess in a way they're almost better to wait until the conditions are right for them and they're in a go mode, get 3 laps in. If that exceeds the time, so be it. If they don't score points today, so be it. But they would rather get a few good laps in than one that comes to a sticky end.
Yeah, and we saw, I guess, how fast Team Pisa could go. They put down about a 2-minute 30 laps. So 3 laps in what we've got just about 12 minutes remaining is absolutely doable. And if they kind of figure out the metaverse as they go, then brilliant. It'd be interesting to see what tactics they then employ as they come up to the end. Andy, I'm excited. I'm sure you are as well right now.
Yeah, very much so, Rachel. So the car then is lining up. They've left themselves enough time to do this, as you say, but they can't afford any hiccups. This is the problem, isn't it? I mean, Team Pisa probably could have made a second go and got 3 laps in if they'd left the pits a little bit earlier. But as Matt was just saying, they don't want to do that until they're absolutely sure that the car is good to go. They'll also be hoping that the car is lined up in the right place, because MIT Driverless, they were involved in one of the more amusing incidents that I learned about whilst I was researching Roborace and some of the previous events. They were involved in a track drive event, I think it was last year, and the car had been programmed to do 10 laps, exactly 10 laps. And the driver, when they lined it up on the start line, lined it up about a foot or so before the start line. And so it went out, it did almost 10 laps, and then it stopped a foot before the finish line because they hadn't quite lined it up in the right place. It was maybe an example of AI being a bit too smart for its own good. And so the team, I'm sure, will be double checking that the safety driver has lined the car up exactly in the right spot. Otherwise, the car could choose to stop a little bit before it's supposed to. But as we've seen so far today, the cars are kind of doing a bit of a flying finish. They're running straight across the start-finish line at speed to finish the run. So hopefully that won't be such an issue. MIT then, a university located in Massachusetts, US, founded in 1861, apparently just 2 days before the US Civil War broke out. So not an ideal start to its coming into being, but they've, of course, gone on to enjoy a very, very successful time of MIT, according to QS's World University Rankings, which are kind of the go-to leaderboard, so I'm told. MIT is currently the #1 university in the world, so although they were late entries into Season Beta of Roborace, there is perhaps not another university out there better prepared and better set to learn on the job and get their AI ready for competition. A competition that is about to start for them, they hope. They've left themselves, again, not a huge amount of time, 9.25 minutes left on the clock to get those 3 laps in. Will they go for speed? Will they go for safety? Will they try to pick up the bonuses, or just concentrate on getting around the track 3 times and testing that their base systems work? It's all such a steep learning curve here at the start of Season Beta. But round 1.1 of this second full season of Roborace competition has already thrown up a number of surprising situations. For MIT, they won't want any nasty surprises here. They'll just be looking for a clean run on the still slightly damp Thruxton circuit, and I don't know exactly what those clouds in the sky are telling me, but it doesn't look great, does it? Away they go, though. The time starts, the speed starts to build, and MIT Driverless then launch into the first corner, and at a decent pace on the way in. They've slowed down quite a lot at the apex there, but under acceleration, the car does seem to be running fairly quickly. Over the hill they go then, up to about 100 kilometres an hour, we believe, as it races towards the complex that has caught 2 teams out already. We've had 2 cars stop at this part of the course. Let's hope that MIT Driverless don't suffer the same issues. Well, they have collected a couple of the obstacles there, haven't they, by the looks of it? Not a perfect run through the first sequence of corners, but they are still going. That's the main thing. And they didn't really seem to be making much of an effort to negotiate the metaverse. So, yeah, no, the car is just taking the normal racing line. So I think they've decided to sacrifice maybe a little bit of time lost through hitting the obstacles just to make sure that the car is capable of getting around the lap. Speed once again starts to pick up towards 100 kilometres an hour then as it ticks through the left-hander at Noble. As you can see, the time is already over a minute, about 1 minute and 10 seconds or so as it got to that point of the lap. Remember, we think that the fastest laps that we've been seeing are somewhere just underneath 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so. And this is an outright speed run. They've only picked up 2 collectibles so far. They're smashing through the obstacles, just taking the traditional racing line. But you never know, this might turn out to be a bit of a masterstroke because the other cars are lapping quite slowly simply because they're slowing down to try and get these collectibles. And that might not, in the end, be the best way to do it. Through Church Corner, back up Woodham Hill towards the end of the first lap. And this is looking like a quick lap time, I have to say. We're at, 1 minute and 52 or so as it heads up the hill once again, up towards top speed then, as we ride on board with the DevBot 2.0 of MIT Driverless, which was the first team actually to join the very first Formula Student Driverless competition. There were just 3 members of the team back then, and now there are over 30 official team members, all of them watching on nervously from home back over in the States as their car comes through to complete the first lap. So we're looking at around a 2:30 again, aren't we here? So they're on the pace that that Team Pisa were capable of setting. But look in the top right-hand corner of your screen, they are collecting lots of these obstacles. Each obstacle is 2 extra seconds. So it was an opening lap of somewhere in the region of 2 minutes 30, but we're going to be adding an extra 16 or so seconds onto that with the obstacles that they have failed to miss. The car, though, is still going. They haven't hit any problems. The AI driver is handling the conditions nicely. Now, this is where they could lose a lot more time, though, because if they choose to smash through all of these obstacles, there are a good 6 or 7 of them there, all on the run into the chicane at the complex. Well, they only got a couple. That could have been a lot worse as they turn through the right at Campbell, the left at Cobb, and then this very tricky final right-hander at Seagrave Corner, which is a sequence of corners named after former land speed record holders over here in the UK. And suitable then that it is the country's fastest circuit, unofficially at least, in Thruxton, to which they have lent their names. Now, up towards the right-hander at Goodwood again, they're very much keeping with the same strategy, aren't they? They're not trying to maybe spend 1 lap going really quickly and then another lap trying to pick up lots of collectibles. It's the same strategy for each lap. It's flat out. It's the traditional racing line. And they're, as a result, probably going to collect a couple more of these obstacles out at the far part of the circuit, wait for the car to come into view. And when it does, what line is it on? It's not yet come through. And this is a worryingly long wait for it. Where's it gone? It's hidden from my sight behind the obstacles, but it hasn't made its way past. It's off the road. That's why MIT Driverless are off, going through the right-hander at Goodwood. And the car has at least 2 wheels off the road, maybe 3, and that will be a void run as a result. So MIT Driverless, everything was going really well, and all of a sudden, something has gone wrong, and the car has drifted off course. And it's not even that they were trying to avoid obstacles, because that's not been their strategy. So I'm not entirely sure how they've ended up off the road. Maybe the car was going a bit quicker into that corner on the second lap than it was the first time. Maybe it was a little bit wetter, although I don't think it's raining anymore at Thruxton. But regardless, that means that this will be a void run. And again, a bit like Team Pisa, they don't have time to get the car back to the line and try again. 3.5 minutes by the time they've recovered the car. I think that time will have pretty much ticked down to 0. So I think we've got another non-finisher to add to our leaderboard, but another team that was showing really great potential there. The car was going quickly and it was smooth. It was, sticking perfectly to the racing line, inch perfect actually. And until, of course, it got to halfway around its second lap. So, well, guys, not a great way for MIT Driverless's run to be completed. Matt, I don't know what happened there. Everything was going so well.
Yeah, difficult to say, isn't it, Andy? And obviously, when we've spoken to the teams at the end of their run, even they are unclear until they get the full amount of information back from the circuit. So, I mean, you would have to think that looking at the problems that the other teams have encountered, there's been quite a few locational issues. Maybe that was something that struck again. It would seem a bit of a coincidence for 3 teams to struggle with something else. So, just adding 2 and 2 together and probably coming up with 5. But, it's been one of those days, hasn't it? I think it's we certainly. I tell you what, we have. I mean, compared to Anglesey, hasn't it been good, Andy, to see some fast laps, and we're really seeing at least what the car is capable of. We're seeing some big strides forward in just the space of 5 weeks.
Yeah, this has been a massive improvement on what we saw at Anglesey last time out. As you say, we are at least getting cars out there, and they're pretty much all getting up to speed too. I mean, we never got to see SIT getting up to speed, of course, because their run ended pretty rapidly. But yeah, everyone else getting out there, turning some laps in, and they didn't get this learning opportunity at Anglesey. They got no track time at all, really, in true competition anyway. So they'll all be quite grateful, I think, just to get the cars out there. Obviously, they'd rather get to the end because there are some good points up for grabs. Don't forget, there is a championship to be won here. And for all this talk of the team saying, oh, we just want to learn, we just want to get to the finish, you know that they're all sitting there thinking, well, if we can bag a few hundred points at this first round, that puts us in a good position for the championship moving forwards. And for teams like MIT, for example, they knew they just had to get to the end and they were guaranteed a top 3 finish that now, sadly, has gone begging.
Yeah, what it also means, of course, Andy, as you said there, it was a guaranteed top 3 finish for MIT. It means it's a guaranteed top 2 finish for Carnegie Mellon. If they can actually get the car through 3 laps, again, I'm sure they won't be thinking that way because, of course, this is season beta. This is all about development. This is all about testing, really, and getting ready for the first full season in 2021. But as you said, there is a championship to be won here, and there's a big opportunity now for Carnegie Mellon. There's confirmation of how things look on the leaderboard. MIT Driverless, the latest team to score 0 points in this round 1. Round 2, of course, still to come at Thruxton tomorrow. But that total time for Arrival Racing, unchallenged as yet.
Okay, well, time now to speak to the team captain of MIT Driverless once again. We've got Jorge Castillo on the line. Jorge, again, not to be disappointment for the team, but you did manage almost 2 laps there. Do you know yet what the problem was for the team?
Yeah, we're very excited about those 2 laps. They were pretty fast. I think we hit over 100 kph in average, so that was very exciting to watch. We did lose GPS signal at some point, which made the car trigger a safety mechanism and stop. It's one of those things that we probably need to fix for tomorrow, and we'll work on it.
Yeah, for sure. But let's just go back, obviously, to the 1.5 laps that you did do really well at. It looked like you were just going out there for speed. It looks like you were kind of ignoring the metaverse. Was that the case?
Yeah. We developed some very, very promising algorithms for metaverse and to interact with the obstacles and collect the loot along the track. But unfortunately, we weren't able to get them fully up and running for this event. We were a few hours away from getting those ready for today. So we'll definitely bring those improvements next time. But for now, we're racing on our MVP, which is basically going very fast along the racing line.
Yeah, and I guess do you kind of look back and go, you wish the team had started a little bit earlier in the 30-minute window that you had? The fact that you left it quite late again to get out of the garage, was that just because you weren't quite ready and you were downloading the AI into the car? Tell us about that process.
Yeah, the deployment is always a tricky process that we need to nail very well. So our engineers are working hard on getting that process streamlined to go as fast as we can next time. But yeah, definitely, getting everything set up so the car can run autonomously is not an easy task, but something that we're trying to make more efficient as part of our processes.
Yeah, for sure. So looking ahead for tomorrow in round 2, are you hoping that the GPS thing is something that you can sort out quite easily?
Yeah, it's probably not an easy fix, but we're definitely going to work on it. Hopefully we'll be able to complete all laps tomorrow. It's definitely something that we're going to work on hard today, and also with a crew on site. So yeah, we're hopeful that we'll be able to get those improvements in by tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we hope you can complete all 3 laps tomorrow, Jorge. Thank you very much for telling us a little bit about your problems there today, and we can't wait to see how you guys get on tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks for the support, Rachel.
Thanks, Jorge. Thank you. We've had so much action already here at Thruxton, but do come back and join us for even more excitement after the break.
I am home. I give you comfort. I shelter your family. See me for who I am. Home, sweet home. I am your refuge. I am the floor that supports you. The foundation that keeps you steady. The walls that give you shelter. The roof that protects you. I am your home. If you don't take care of me, I cannot take care of you.
This is DevBot 2.0. At the core is a Janetta LMP3 chassis, a class-dominating prototype that was stripped of everything: drivetrain, engine, gearbox, and driver. Roborace took the core chassis and fitted a bespoke electrical powertrain, cutting-edge sensor technology, and, using innovation from the farthest reaches of autonomous driving, created a custom-made racing platform capable of competing on track by itself. It's an all-electric racing car, generating over 350 bhp and able to sustain speeds of 150 miles per hour in full autonomous mode. It has 4 types of autonomous driving sensors: GPS, LiDAR, camera, and radar. It needs all of them to accurately drive itself at these ultra-high speeds on track. With a small nod to its Le Mans ancestry, the DevBot can be fitted with a human driver's seat to help accelerate the pace of learning when not in competition mode. But this is race weekend, and human drivers are not welcome in this motorsport. This is Roborace.
Time now for our 6th and final team of the day, Carnegie Mellon University.
Carnegie Mellon University, School of Computer Science. This Pittsburgh-based university is well known for its pioneering work with autonomous driving. and is home to a top-ranked artificial intelligence program. One of CMU's autonomous driving milestones was their first-place finish and $2 million first prize at the 2007 DARPA Urban Challenge, setting the fastest time on a 60-mile urban driving course. So expectations are high for this new team from CMU. Will they be adding the Roborace Season Beta to their campus trophy cabinet?
Well, I'm delighted to say now we're joined by the team principal for CMU. This is Jimmy Herman. Hey, Jimmy, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about the CMU project and why you guys decided to get involved in Roborace.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's obvious why we want to get involved. You know, autonomous racing with real race cars. That's just such a cool concept that we couldn't turn down. And we're kind of playing the long game here. We want to, you know, at CMU, we're really looking for developing intelligent systems. We want an intelligent race car driver. And we think that there's got to be a lot of work to kind of get there, to kind of get to like a human level performance. So we're kind of playing the long game and doing a lot of build out, kind of working towards that goal.
And for a university team as well, for a university project, this, as you alluded to there, really represents quite a unique opportunity for you, doesn't it, to develop these kind of research projects without the expense and the logistical issues of putting a project like this, you know, together on track.
Oh, certainly. And yeah, this kind of project would just not be possible without Roborace having the platform. And there's been so much work that's gone into that we're able to kind of build on top of. But yeah, without that, these kind of projects would just be quite infeasible for us.
So as you said, Jimmy, you're playing a long game here, but this is a competition, of course, as well. Obviously there's the racing element to it. How seriously are you taking that in this season beta? And is it daunting actually taking on some of the teams that have already competed in season alpha?
I mean, it's definitely daunting. There's a lot of very talented teams, a lot of talented people working on these projects, and we're working on that balance, trying to think about the long game, but also each competition has a deadline, and we want to kind of show up and do the best we can. And at the end of the day, we're here to win. So yeah, it's kind of finding that balance, and being kind of early into this. I think we're still working on that a little bit, but we like the progress that we're making.
And of course, you're not the only US university project involved with Roborace this season. We've got MIT out there as well. Is there any extra competition just between you guys? Would you be happy to just finish ahead of those guys and not worry about everybody else, or what?
That would be a great result. Obviously, they're a very respected competitor. So, but we think we deserve that too. So, yeah, we'd certainly like to finish ahead of them.
And there's an opportunity for you today, Jimmy. I mean, I'm not sure how much you know about the runs that have gone before you, but only Arrival Racing have actually managed to complete their 3 laps in the allotted time today. So an opportunity for you here. Does that change your strategy at all?
Not too much. I think we kind of have a game plan. We kind of just want to stick to it. And perhaps, if other teams aren't finishing, maybe slightly more conservative on some of our limits, but just to try to make sure we're getting around the track successfully. I know there's been some not ideal weather that we'll have to consider as well.
Okay, well, we wish you all the very best with that, Jimmy, and look forward to seeing lots more of you guys throughout season beta, and good luck with your run coming up very shortly.
Great, thanks, Matt.
Less than a minute to go then to our final run of the day, and it's going to be CMU. Rich, it was interesting just hearing from Jimmy there and saying that they might just be a little bit more conservative than they otherwise would have been here. This is a real opportunity for them, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think he might have been telling porkies, because they're already on the grid, aren't they? They're not being conservative at all. They're ready and raring to go. Definitely competitive out here, because even if they have a few mistakes, we know they can get a rerun. And if they've got 30 minutes to do that, they'll probably be able to get a rerun and still complete the 3 laps, which no other team has managed to do when they've had a rerun. Obviously, we've had a rival completing everything. But this is exciting. Look, the clock's just started and the driver is already leaving the grid. I'm so excited to see what goes on for CMU, like you just said. Jimmy, literally, head coach there, wants his team to do well in this, you can tell.
What they'll tell you, I'm fairly sure. Yeah, they're keen, aren't they? They want to get out there, they want to get on with this as quickly as they can, and that it sends a message, doesn't it, to the other teams that, you know, they've all had a few little delays getting their AI driver downloaded into the DevBot 2.0, and here at CMU ahead of time. They were waiting for the clock to start ticking, and they're already lined up on the grid. So yeah, they've got bags of time, and also, as you quite rightly said, it means that they've got a bit of a backup here. If something goes wrong, then they can get their run in, but they're off the line, they're away. Our final team for the day then, round 1.1 of season beta for Roborace, and in about 5 or 6 minutes time we should know who the winner of round 1.1 is. Remember, the time to beat, total time, is 5:43, for Arrival Racing. It was a net time of 7:27 before we calculated the metaverse bonus points. So let's see what the tactic is here then for CMU as they head towards the complex. They've disappeared. They are going to turn into the corner on the racing line then. So there is no real effort being made here to avoid the obstacles, a bit like we saw for MIT a moment or two ago. CMU is a private research university based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but it's actually where, would you believe, back in the 50s, the field of AI was actually first invented by Herbert Simon and Alan Newell. So again, we've got some teams with real pedigree here representing places that have really developed the technology that we're seeing here today right from its infancy, and CMU are already demonstrating that they have got their head around this, haven't they? They're up towards the maximum speed of around 100 kilometers an hour already as they turn through Goodwood, and again, make no effort there to pick up the bonuses. They have managed to get 2 collectibles, though, on their run so far, but the obstacle count is also starting to climb up to 13. They might catch another one here, maybe. Yep, there it goes. But they are knocking some time off, and the collectibles are worth more, actually, than the obstacles take away from you. 4 seconds off your time for a collectible, 2 seconds added for each obstacle. So if you can have maybe 50% of your obstacles, if you hit, for example, 40 obstacles and 20 collectibles, then it all kind of balances out at the end. So speed then is capped at about 100 kilometers an hour as they go up the hill towards the end of this first lap, which looks pretty quick. We're looking for anything in and around the 2:30 bracket, and they are just over 2 minutes as they head into the braking zone of the chicane. Now, how late does the AI driver leave the braking? Pretty late, just starting to slow down now, fairly gradually, because it's wet out there. You can't be slamming the brakes on because you'll just lock up and go straight off the road. So it's a predictably cautious run through the chicane, but this is a quick lap. This is going to be one of the fastest laps that we've seen so far today. It comes out of the chicane, accelerates back towards 100 kilometers an hour again, crosses the line now, and that first lap bang on 2.5 minutes. So they are right on the pace, aren't they? Carnegie Mellon University here, CMU, and all they need is to bring it home in one piece. Don't go off the road. Don't stop on track. Even if they do, they might still be able to get a second run in. But if they can get a clean run, they are guaranteed, at the very least, second place. Remember, it's 1,000 points that you pick up for a Roborace event victory, but then you can still get a good haul of points for finishing anywhere inside the top 3, really. Second place is 925 points, 875 for third, 825 for fourth, and then 775 and 725 for fifth and sixth, respectively. So even if you're not necessarily on winning pace, especially on a day like this where everyone else has had problems, you can still pick up a really, really handy result. So on the second lap now then for Carnegie Mellon University, who have a pretty lengthy history of autonomous driving, actually. Back in the mid-80s, CMU developed what they called NavLab, which were a load of autonomous vans that would drive around the university campus at around about 3 mile an hour top speed they had. They're going a little bit quicker now with their DevBot 2.0, but back in the mid-1980s, that was probably before most of the team members running the team now were even born, and the CMU were already developing autonomous cars. I have to say, I didn't realise autonomous technology had been around for quite not that long, but CMU, with a long and successful history at this kind of thing, it's only natural then that the world's first autonomous race series would attract the Carnegie Mellon University to its ranks. So lap number 2 then is almost done. They're out of Church Corner. It's been a really clean run, this, with no mistakes so far. 40 obstacles hit, only 5 collectibles though, so they are losing a lot more time than they're gaining through the metaverse. So they are really banking on this just being a quick run. If they can do 2-minute 30s every time though, then they're going to be looking at about 7.5 minutes. So they're probably going to lap at much the same pace that Arrival Racing did, but with, you would think, more penalty time to be added on. Through the chicane then, the first lap was a 2-minute 31 roughly. The second lap is going to be a little bit quicker, I think, out across the line then, and yeah, they've found a second or so there. The second lap is a 2:28, so about 3 seconds quicker than they went on lap 1. They're upping the pace now as they get a bit more confident in their AI driver's ability through Allard Corner, the first turn, and then up over the crest. It is a fairly flat circuit, as you'd imagine, since it's based at a 1940s RAF base. But and as you can see, actually, it is still a private airfield, is Thruxton. Still see private aircraft landing and taking off here, which is always quite spectacular on a race event. But right now, we are all focused on this DevBot 2.0 as it works its way through the complex for the third and final time. Can they set a lap time even quicker, maybe, than their second lap, which was 2 minutes 28? And they're also, I noticed, picking up a few more collectibles, aren't they? Now we're up to 14 as we go on to the final lap. They had quite a good run up into the chicane. I noticed there the collectible count went up quite high, so they have not only picked up the pace on their second lap, but they're also knocking off more time now from their run. Through the right-hander again, and we are seeing, again, a couple of obstacles collected. They're up to 50 now. To put that into perspective, Arrival Racing only picked up 6 penalties, so they are clearly going to lose or add a lot more time onto their run than Arrival ever did. So I don't think this is going to challenge for the overall victory, but what an impressive performance this has been for Carnegie Mellon University after all of the strife that has befallen the earlier teams today. Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous with that spectacular crash off the line. Autonomous Racing Graz hit some technical problems. So did Team Pisa. MIT Driverless also failed to make it to the end. So it's quite nice that we've bookended today's activity with 2 really successful runs. Arrival Racing with a fast, clean 3 laps at the start of the day. And now Carnegie Mellon University are only a few corners away from home and what looks like being at least second place in round 1.1 for season beta. See if they can avoid the obstacles into the chicane. They've just caught another one there, but the collectible count is up to 19. So I think, all in all, this has been a successful run. They're a bit quicker through the chicane this time as well. The lap time is looking pretty much bang on what they've done on the previous lap. We're up to about 2 minutes and 20 now as they come towards the start-finish line. The total time is going to be a pretty competitive one for Carnegie Mellon University, and it's a very quick final lap as well, within a second of their personal best. That was much more like it, and that, I think, provisionally is going to put them in second place. Obviously, it will be at least second place, given the fact that they are only the second car to complete their run. 19 collectibles were hit on the way, 53 obstacles at 2 seconds each. So just over 100 seconds will be added onto their net time, which was 7 minutes and 28 or 29 seconds, which is within a second or so of the clear time for Arrival Racing. Well, Matt, Rachel, that is it. Our final run is done just about in time as well. I think it started to go dark down at Thruxton with the clocks having gone back an hour less than a week ago. But that was a really nice way, wasn't it, Matt, to round out the day's action. Carnegie Mellon University, I think they can be really happy with that.
Yeah, you said it perfectly in your commentary there, Andy. That's just a nice way to bookend the day, isn't it? We had a clean, fast run at the beginning, and a clean and fast one at the end. Not clean in terms of the obstacles, maybe, but I, for one, took quite a bit of satisfaction from seeing the car clattering through those virtual walls there and just seeing it perform. And actually, as you said, it's starting to get dark there now, but the car looks even cooler, doesn't it, with the light showing up in the dark as well, the dev bottom. Really, really futuristic. I love it.
Right, once again, we are joined by Jimmy Herman, team captain of CMU. Jimmy, I mean, I'm going to say congratulations because you're only the second team to complete all the 3 laps there and actually post a time. So how are the team feeling after that one?
Definitely good. A lot of celebrations going around. Obviously, the first step is getting around the track. And then, obviously we want to get better from there, but if you don't get around the track, then where are you? So.
Yeah, and you said to Matt, actually, before your race out there, that you had a strategy going into this and you weren't really going to change it. Can you tell us now what the strategy was? Because it obviously worked out pretty well for you.
Obviously, we're kind of pulling back a little bit, kind of knowing that other teams aren't making it around the track successfully. Obviously, weather being an issue, so being a little bit more conservative. Obviously, we didn't do very well on some of the obstacle avoidance and hitting, but we did get around the track successfully. So we're very happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the other teams, they were taking quite a long while to download their AIs into the cars. That's obviously something that you seem like you had completely got spot on. Is that something you can actually work on? Is that something the team has been working on?
I'm not really sure it's a thing we can really be working on. It's I guess it went smoothly today. Certainly, whenever you're using software, things can break very easily, and it just happened to go right for us today. And I'm certainly probably a lot of variance with that.
You mentioned there that you didn't really kind of, I guess, take into account the metaverse as much as, say, Team Arrival did. Is that something you'll look to improve on in round 2?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's something we know that could be improved upon. So definitely tonight we'll be working on this and hopefully a better showing tomorrow in that regard.
I was going to say that actually tonight, is there anything in particular you are looking to work and build on going into round 2?
I mean, at this point, there's not a whole lot you can do because you can't really test in between now and tomorrow. So it's kind of just kind of looking at what kind of dials can you tweak and how can that make it a little bit better.
Well, Jimmy, we obviously saw you had a great run out there, and I think now we can have a look at the leaderboard and see where that time puts you. Obviously, only 2 teams successfully completed those 3 laps, but we're still interesting to see where it places you. Carnegie Mellon University, their second, Jimmy, today. But you must be pretty chuffed at that clear time there on that board. 7 minutes 34 seconds, just a few minutes behind Arrival Racing. But the obstacles, we just mentioned them. You weren't really concerning yourself with the metaverse today. 53 obstacles hit. That's something you can improve on for sure, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's what I was referencing earlier. Is we didn't take that into consideration as much, and obviously that's reflected in kind of the score. But
yeah, but obviously, like I said, massive improvement to have there. So you obviously got a time posted, which was great, and the speed as well. You're only a couple of seconds off Arrival, which obviously shows you have the pace to be super competitive.
Certainly, yeah. That's something that's positive we can take away is that maybe we're a little bit less aggressive than they were, but still certainly in the game, so to speak. So plus we were ahead of MIT, which we're always happy about. So
I love that, Americans getting super competitive. But you did say yourself, actually, you're here to play the long game. So congratulations for coming second in round 1, Jimmy, and we can't wait to see how you guys get on in round 2.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, time now to speak to Chip Panko, head of competition here at Roborace. Chip, really exciting this time out compared to Anglesey. We had 2 teams there actually finishing their 3 laps. Like, just sum up how it was to see 2 teams complete the 3 laps.
It was really exciting, and it was it's the first run and the last run of the day, and I mean everybody had runs, and they weren't able to string it all together. But it was a lot different competition this time, where everybody was out there. They all had a chance, and it was great to see 2 teams finish the challenge. This is a big challenge. Not only are we asking them to drive autonomously, but we're also asking them to identify and work around and work through these virtual objects. So a big challenge.
Yeah, and in terms of a development, because I guess a lot of these teams were just saying they're here for the long game as well, and to develop their AIs for, I guess, season 1 next year. So in terms of that, it was super positive as well, wasn't it? That even teams just got to try out different things today.
Yeah, exactly. And there's such a challenge because we're coming out of, we've got, coronavirus. We haven't had a lot of testing. I mean, typically we'd go test for 40, 50 days before we're doing this. And we're essentially doing this with almost no testing. So the achievement that you've seen here by the 2 teams that finished, but really by all the teams that got out there and ran autonomously is a massive achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the teams, they're mentioning that they had these localization issues. How much do you know about that, or have you spoken to the teams yet and understood a bit more about it?
Yeah, we're going to have to go through the logs to figure out exactly what's happening. I'd rather not guess right now. It'll be interesting to see if it's the same type of problem. We're merging a lot of different things where we're trying to localize the car. In other words, the car needs to know where it is in the world. But in addition to that, we're also sending it virtual signals or electronic signals, which look like actual static barriers to the vehicle. So we have to do a little bit more investigation in there, and that's why we do season beta. It's a development season. We're learning so that we can perfect the technology.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's getting bigger and better each round, isn't it? I love the fact that we had the metaverse this round as well. We didn't get to see that angle, so it's improving with each round. And I hope tomorrow, round 2, Chip, will be even better. So thanks so much for joining us, and can't wait for round 2.
My pleasure. Me too.
So we're joined once again by Alexei from Arrival Racing. Alexei, first of all, congratulations. You're the winners of round 1. How does that feel?
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, yeah, it feels really nice. But that's not the end of the competition. We know that the round 2 will be tomorrow, and we're already preparing for it. We found some small issues in our software, investigating in our logs, and point of improvement. So hopefully tomorrow we will be faster. By the way, I hope not at least have the same results as today, but hopefully I will be faster, definitely, yes.
Yeah, of course, there's always room for improvement, isn't there? And that's the name of the game in racing in general, but especially in Roborace at this early stage. But Alexei, I have to say, just 6 obstacles, 29 collectibles, 3 complete laps. Did you think after your run this morning that was going to be enough? Are you surprised that it was so comprehensive in terms of your victory?
So we did testing a lot, also with that game logic, and that result was pretty predictable from our side. We have had a lot of sleepless nights, and this is our result. What we did on previous months and years.
Well, I'm delighted to say, Alexei, I know one man who's ready to offer his congratulations to you will be Roborace's Chief of Competition, Chip Pankow, who joins us now. Chip, what a day we've had. Yeah,
awesome day. I mean, we saw some, all teams ran. We had some teams that didn't make it all the way. And Alexei, congratulations to you and the entire Arrival Racing team. I know how hard all of you work on this project, and this kind of reminds me like round 1 of season alpha, where you took home the win, and now round 1 of season beta. But I do want to say you're going to have to watch out. I mean, Carnegie Mellon, first time team, they had some good speed. Obviously they hit just about everything but the helicopter today. But if they can do a clean run, they might have a chance. So congratulations and great work.
Yeah, thanks, Chip. Appreciate it. Yeah, I wish other teams good luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll have some fun.
Yeah, it's kind of the cool thing. Structure. I was just going to say, hey, sorry, Rachel. Is that you kind of get to kind of look at your strategy and everything, and then come back tomorrow and try something else. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, so we'll think about our strategy for now, and yeah, hopefully it will be something new.
Yeah, Chip, you have something to, I think, show us as well in the background of your shot. You have the lovely Roborace trophy, I believe. Looks pretty spectacular.
There you go.
We didn't
Alexi,
get
you get the first season beta trophy that I'm presenting to you virtually. I don't know if I email this to you or how I get it to you, but congratulations. This will look great on your shelf at the office.
Send a photo at least, please.
I will for sure.
Send him the CAD design for the 3D printer, and maybe those guys can come up with their own version of the idea.
We did do this all in-house, so we do have the files. Yeah.
Great stuff, Chip. Thanks for joining us. And Alexei, once again, congratulations to you and your team, and we'll look forward to seeing you again on track tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
So that's it. Round one of Roborace Season Beta has come to a close. What an eventful day it's been as well. Rachel, Andy, what have your highlights been today?
Well, Matt, yeah, it's been great, hasn't it, to be a part of? And I'm going to say my highlights, I'm going to pick two because I'm greedy. First one, the fact that we got to see 2 of the 6 teams complete 3 laps and post a time was awesome. And the fact that we got to see the metaverse working in all its glory. That's just going to get bigger and better, I'm sure. And yeah, I loved seeing that.
Yeah, I agree, Rach. The metaverse is something that's really interested me in the build-up to this, and to see it in full action today was really special. But, I'm going to try and put a positive spin on the negative aspect of today. We saw a few teams hitting problems out there, but I kind of like that because we really get to see what the limits of the technology are, what the potential problems are, and what I'm looking forward to now moving forward is seeing the way the teams learn from this and overcome these obstacles. That's something that I'm really interested in.
Yeah, and I think for me as well, aside from the obstacles, each team has also shown huge potential, haven't they, today in different areas of as well. So all in all, I think it's fair to say, guys, we've seen a real glimpse into the future of Roborace. It's looking very bright indeed. And it continues tomorrow with round 2. Really looking forward to that. But in the meantime, here's some highlights of round 1 of Roborace Season Beta. Bye for now.